It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
This is crazy.
You gotta get these weighted out plates. You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45?
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo.
It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
Give a 3-time shot.
All right. All right. Welcome to day 2 at Master Nationals. We are here with our, this is our second day, so we got a good warm-up yesterday. I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with us and jumping on the live stream and for tuning in. We're going to have another fun-packed full day today. Today we're going to have Circus Dumbbell, we're going to have a max distance frame carry, and then we're going to finish off the day with a Keg Over Bar for max reps. And so if you guys know anything about Strongman, you'll know that this is going to be a fun day and a tough, challenging day for all these athletes. And we have our Circus Dumbbells all laid out, and those were made by Scrap Masters. So just a little shout out to Scrap Masters for making our dumbbells. They're all, we have some that are 10-inch, we have some that are 12-inch, and so we are getting started with that. We have those laid out, all 4 lanes, and we're getting all of our athletes out right now to the floor. All right, so as our athletes are taking the floor there, we have Julie Wolf, Mickey, Tom Taylor, and Joel Lewis. So you'll see today we have both our men and our women in our classes together, running together. Yesterday we had an AM and a PM session, so today we have everyone together in different lanes, right? So we also have on the screen today, we have our names so I don't get goofed up with you guys, but if I do, I'll do it with enthusiasm for sure. But we have our weights listed as well for what those dumbbells are actually going to be weighing, and that's one thing about the Circus Dumbbell is you can't tell how heavy these things are, right? So Julie Wolf and Mickey, they are going to be in my women's 50 plus 64 class, and we have 2 different dumbbells, so all these athletes in each lane have a lighter option and a heavier option. So the name of the game here is, for our women in that class, we have a 60-pound dumbbell or a 75-pound Circus Dumbbell. So we have a lighter option and a heavier option, and the idea is that any rep on the heavier option is going to cancel out, or best, any number of reps on the lighter weight, right? So this is kind of one of those strategy games of if you're capable of doing the heavier dumbbell, it's definitely going to be beneficial for our athletes to hit those heavier options. But say that, maybe it's not the day for it, say 75, or for our men that we have on the floor, say the 140, which is the trump weight, maybe that is too much on the day. So sometimes if you go try for the heavier option, it's not quite there on the day, you can drop back to the lighter option and get some reps there, right? So we'll see how these athletes, how they game the game today. And I think that, having 2 different options on the Circus Dumbbell, it's, a really cool thing. I like the idea of having trump weights because it gives athletes the opportunity to, maybe not zero an event for sure, right? Because if the only weight is the heavier option, then that is the, only chance there. And with the Circus Dumbbell, this is, Strongman, I've only been doing this for a little bit of time, but Circus Dumbbell was in my very first competition, which was the Shaw Classic, and that was my least favorite event. I'll say that. That was my most humbling event, just because there are so many different, strategies with Circus Dumbbell. And all of them are dependent on what shape and size the bell are as well. So the Scrap Masters dumbbells that we have here are very cylindrical. So really easy when we're setting these up, rolling them out, right? So the cylindrical dumbbell, how that sits on your shoulder, on your trap when you get it up there, that's going to be a lot different than, say, a globe dumbbell or, say, the Rogue, dumbbells. So anytime you touch a dumbbell, you may practice with one, but it's one of those things that, the dumbbell that you have in competition may not be the same, or it may feel, entirely different. So you might have to change your technique on the day. I've seen a lot of that for sure, because the dumbbell at the Shaw was definitely different than any dumbbell that I had ever trained with previously. But lucky for me, I actually like the Rogue style dumbbell, so I like the way that fit on my shoulder versus the cylindrical ones or the ones that I've been training with, a Bartos. So that's something that is definitely different per person. So yeah, we'll see what these athletes do here today with these dumbbells, and we'll see a lot of different techniques and styles, because one thing about a dumbbell is it's different per person and per technique. So, longer bodies sometimes have a little bit different kind of approach. All right, we see Julie. She's going up for that heavier trump bell, and she is the only one on the floor as of right now that's going for that bell, that heavier bell. All right. And we're definitely looking like we're getting some reps here. Tom Taylor with a successful rep. All right, and Joel Lewis, he's got that big bell to the shoulder. That's a 145-pound dumbbell. All right, and we see Julie Wolf. She went up for that heavier dumbbell, and it didn't seem to, suit her for the day. So now she's back to the 60-pound dumbbell and really going to nail some reps there for sure. Tom Taylor is doing a good job getting a good dip and drive, and he's taking his time for sure on that clean as well. There we go. Mickey's up to the shoulder. Let's see if she can blast this last one up. All right. So there we go. Awesome job. Looks like Julie got 3 reps on that lighter dumbbell.
Lane 3, John Benton, lane 4.
All right. We have our next group of athletes coming out here. We have Leslie in lane 1, Kristen McCarthy in lane 2, Russell lane 3, and John Benton in lane 4. And these are going to be the same weights here. For the majority, looks like we've got a 145 and 180 on that lane 4 with John Benton. And you'll see that John's wearing a Cerberus grip shirt. I believe 3 of 4 of our athletes on the floor are wearing those Cerberus grip shirts. And that's definitely helpful, beneficial. A Cerberus grip shirt is definitely sticky in terms of when you're getting that dumbbell up to the shoulder. You want that dumbbell to stick. You don't want to be rolling around, so you want to try to increase the stability as much as you possibly can. All right, Leslie on that dumbbell right there, and Kristen McCarthy is going up for that trump weight. Let's see what we got here. Oh, and Kristen's looks like she's getting some reps on that big boy. A nice job, Russell over here. Nice, Kristen's getting in a good flow here. And that's one thing that you can see for sure with the Circus Dumbbell. You'll see that if you can get that dumbbell over that midline, get a good, dip and drive. The Kristen's technique right here, she's keeping that bell right over her midline. She's dropping straight down for the most part and then just firing right back up, right? We'll see a lot of times when athletes, if they have a dip or they pop that hip to the side a little bit, sometimes that can make that, dumbbell helicopter just a little bit, like we saw kind of with John Benton there. So let's see if Kristen can get another one. All right, well, that was a great showing there. And we're moving through quick, guys. We're moving through quick here. All right, excellent job.
Lane 1, Kylan Chavez, lane 2, Michael Sidwell, lane 3, Brian Jones, lane 4, Leisha T. York, Julie Gonzalez.
All right, and Kristen got 4 reps on that heavy bell. So that's going to be some good points looking for her for sure. And so far, my men's 50-plus 90-kilogram class, it looks like Tom Taylor got 3 reps on that lighter bell. Then Russell got 4 reps on that lighter bell. John Benton got 1 rep on that light bell. And so I know he looked a little frustrated, but hey, getting 1 rep on that bell, that's a feat right there. So happy to get on the board. We got coming out our next group of athletes.
Sorry, real quick. Can I please get Carrie Ann Davis in lane 2? Pinewood, I misread it. You're on the next heat. My apologies.
All right. See, we all make mistakes. You're only sending the wrong people up to the floor over here. So if you guys are giving me a hard time yesterday, just know we all make mistakes. All right, I got Joanne in lane 1, Carrie Ann Davis in lane 2, Justin in lane 3, and Dan Morris in lane 4. And we've got these same bells. And one thing I like here, too, is, our athletes are starting at that back line, and it's kind of like a, just a casual flex, like who's going to walk past, who's going to go up to that trump weight, right? So definitely one of those things, getting ready, you start at the start line, and then, I don't know, I like having the trump bell set up a little bit further in front, so you got to walk just a little further, gives you a little bit more time to let people know what you're about, right, when you hit that floor. All right, and we got our athletes here. Everybody's locked in. And you've seen 3 out of 4 still in the grip shirt too. So, okay. All right, both my ladies are headed for that trump weight. All right, Joanne is off to a strong start. Carrie Ann Davis getting up there too. I love Joanne's technique here. Looks like Justin's getting some reps. And see, Joanne is absolutely annihilating this 75-pound circus dumbbell. And you look at her technique, a lot different than what we saw from Kristen McCarthy. What Joanne is doing here is a little bit different. You see that she's got that bell where it's almost in like a neutral grip position on her shoulder when she gets it. And so from there, it's literally just a blast press up. And so nice wide base of support. She's really getting good on the clean. And you'll see that she's getting a little razzle-dazzle on there too. All right, Dan Morris's bell is trying to run away from him. He's, abusing it so much. Oh, yeah, great rep there and good stabilization for Justin. We got 8 seconds left. Let's bang out another rep. And Carrie Ann just short on that. Dan just short on that. Oh, wow, that was a really strong group there for sure. That was great work. And once again, seeing the differences in technique, Joanne really just nailed that one. So that was a great press for her. And you'll see one of the things I was talking about when I was trying to learn how to circus dumbbell, I'm a shorter, stockier lifter. My arms are a little bit shorter. My legs are a little bit shorter. So I was trying to learn from athletes that were built definitely, a ton different from me, much longer limbed. So I was trying to get instruction, and it seemed that nothing really worked for me. Nothing that anyone told me seemed to work in the same fashion and way. So one of the things about, some of these implements in Strongman is that everybody does it just a little different. And so what works for somebody may be just a little bit different from what works for you. And just practice and time under the implement. That's going to be what's most helpful in the end. Brooke Reno, lane 1. I got Sinwin in lane 2, Michael Sidwell in lane 3, and Brian Jones in lane 4. And you see Mike on the screen, ready to rock. All right. And it looks like Mike's going for that heavier bell here. Mike and Sinwin going for that heavier bell. Oh, Mike has nailed that. Looking super explosive here. Oh my God. What a save there for Sinwin. And you see how that, the dumbbell just kind of helicoptered out from her, but she is so strong that she just brought it back in. And you'll also see here, she has a slightly different approach than, say, Joanna did, right? Because that bell is not quite in that neutral position. It looks like it's flaring out just a little bit. So I have no doubt in my mind, her dropping back to that little bit lighter bell at 70 pounds, she's going to be able to just rep that out like she did there. All right, we got 15 seconds left.
10, 9.
All right, Sinwin's knocking these out. Brooks got it to the shoulder here. And a great fight for everyone. Brian's battling out there. All right, that was an awesome job there, guys. All right, coming out to the floor, I got Leisha in lane 1. I've got T. York in lane 2, Juvie Gonzalez in lane 3, and Will Hobbs in lane 4. And so I know I told you guys, these dumbbells are Scrap Masters dumbbells. I do believe that after our Nationals competition next weekend, I believe that some of these bells will be available for sale. So shameless plug, if you guys are looking for a dumbbell, if you guys are looking to purchase that, then I believe that some of these will be available for sale. We do have quite a few of them. And we're getting on the floor, making sure we get everything, locked in. Because one thing with these bells, we have our high temp collars in there to make sure everything is tight. Because there's no worse feeling, especially we've all had this happen in training, right? Where maybe say the collars don't fit exactly, or anything that's a custom fabricated piece of equipment. Sometimes collars are a little bit tricky, So these high temp collars, we have the ability to tighten them down completely, and they definitely make way so nothing falls out. But we've all had that time in training where we've got the dumbbell loaded up, finally get a press over the head, and then all of a sudden the weights just tumble down to the floor, right? So we're making sure we don't have any of that happen here today.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
All right, and let's see. All right, T. York is walking with some confidence up to that big bell. Leisha's already up with 1. Juvie is knocking these out.
Looks like Leisha did a warm-up with the lighter dumbbell.
Looks like we need a little bit more control there for Juvie. He's blasting up on that clean. Nice. There we go.
Seconds to go. Athletes, make sure you wait for
T. York is blasting these out. And you see that quick tap down to the floor. Just bringing it back up clean is not even hard at all. There we go. Just light work. Okay, and Leisha went up to attempt that 75-pound circus dumbbell because, like I said, any rep, one rep on the 75 on the trump weight is going to best 112 reps on the 60-pound dumbbell, right? So no matter how many reps we do on the lighter, one rep of the heavier is going to best that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time.
All right, and a great showing there.
Could I please get John Hager, lane 4?
I believe Leisha got 4 on that light dumbbell there.
Sandy Caruco, lane 1.
T. York got 5 reps on the lighter bell, which ties Carrie Ann Davis in her class. So both of them, the best that we've gotten there has been 5 reps on the heavier bell.
Please walk up to the first dumbbell when you're ready.
All right, we got Sandy in lane 1, Kelly Bolton lane 2, Adam Lifson in lane 3, and John Hager in lane 4.
Waiting on lane 2.
And if you guys remember, yesterday we led off and we opened up with a max press for overhead off blocks. So we're leading off today with a, an AMRAP basically on this circus dumbbell. So another press, and getting reps out of here. So we had a max yesterday and now we've got a rep fest. So, all right, looks like Sandy and Kelly both going for that heavier bell. Adam's on that heavier bell and John's going to stay back here with that 145, which is still quite a heavy bell. All right, look, Kelly's technique here. Nice, nicely done. Adam's getting some reps here. Great job from Sandy. We're seeing that same, almost that, neutral-ish grip on the shoulder for Sandy.
Circus dumbbell, but she always regains control with 25 seconds to go.
Oh, Kelly is repping these out.
18 seconds.
Beautiful job from Adam there. He said, that's all I want to do there.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Let's see if Kelly can get another one. She's in a groove. I bet she can.
5.
Come on, Kelly.
3.
Come on, save it. Save it. Hope she's okay on that. That was tough right there. She was trying to fight with it for sure. Looks like that might have been but that's one of the things with a circus dumbbell, people underestimate the challenge that this is because you're not only these, the weights you say, okay, 60, 70 pounds or 70 and 80 pounds. You see this and you're like, okay, that's not even hard. These women, these athletes, they pressed, so much weight overhead yesterday, giant weights overhead, what's 60, 70 pounds or, for our guys, what's 145 pounds, but it's in one arm. So it's in one arm. So just by default, you're going to be unstable, right? So there's a lot of, just things that can go wrong because if we have one side loaded, other than the rest, that's going to be something that's quite a challenge. And with Kelly there, you saw she got it up and she was trying to fight with it, but looks like it drifted back just a little bit and pulled on that bicep. So hoping that she's okay. We're doing some weight changes in lane 2 and lane 3. And I've got Shauna Cooper coming in lane 1 and Michael Toomey coming in lane 3. All right, lane 4, excuse me. And once again, with Circus Dumbbell, I don't want to be a hater at all because I love things that I'm not good at. I love things, not good at yet. That's my operative word, right? But Circus Dumbbell can be a fickle little beast here, and even loading the plates is a little bit of a challenge sometimes too, right? Because depending on the diameter of that, of that loading pin inside, it's a tight fit, and so making sure that we get those collars in tight, making sure we get all those weights in tight. All right, Shauna Cooper is up and ready to rock. She had some really strong presses yesterday. And she's going to be with the 60 to 70 pound circus dumbbell.
1 and 4 ready. Aaron, you good over there? Athletes ready.
All right, I believe we're going to be going. We're going to be knocking this out. So Shauna and Michael are going to be going ahead, lanes 1 and 4 here. Oh, Michael is ready to rock, and he's on that 145-pound bell, and Shauna is opting for that heavier bell. Oh, wow, yeah. Both of these athletes making short work of these bells. Beautiful. And see, Shauna is doing something that's a little bit different than what we've seen so far today. Almost a split, right? So almost, it's not exactly a hard split jerk. It's even a little bit different from that, right? Just, you know, getting a really wide base of support there, but she's catapulting that weight up so well. And that's one thing that I'm telling you guys, it's so impressive because this is one side, right? So it's not just an overhead float. Oh, and that was a beautiful job from Michael. You saw that weight trying to helicopter out a little bit from him, but he said, no, not today. And you'll see Michael, you see the direction of his elbow. So one of the, you know, cues and things that would seem to be helpful is just, you know, making sure you keep that elbow high, pulling that elbow high in a high direction. And one of the cues that I did find that was helpful for me was pressing that dumbbell by the ear, right? So punching that dumbbell by the ear. That's something that seemed helpful and helped me keep the bell from drifting out as far away from my body. Because that's one thing that I mentioned yesterday, just with the overhead press from blocks. You know, the closer, in theory, the closer that you can keep that bell or that you can keep that, you know, press to you, if it's drifting away, you're going to have a harder time bringing it back in. So anytime with that dumbbell, if you can keep it, you know, pressing it by the ear, that's going to almost pull you into your midline just a little bit more. So we've got Gina in lane 1, Jackie Wood lane 2, Randall Johnson in lane 3, and Lucas in lane 4. And we've got those weight changes and everything done there. So Jackie Wood's lighter option is 75 pounds, with the heavier option being 95. Randall's lighter option is 130, and the heavier option being 160. And Mr. Lucas in lane 4 is, you know, style points for him with those jorts, because jorts definitely add at least like a 10 points to a power score. So in case you guys didn't know, now you know.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go. We're going with 1, 2, and 4.
All right, lanes 1, 2, and 4 are going right now. Mr. Lucas has that dumbbell up and already up to stuck. Done deal. All right, and Jackie Wood, she went up for the Trump weight, and it looks like maybe not there on the day, so we're going to drop back down to the 75, nail it. Gina is putting on a clinic over here. You see a big clean here. Lucas is up, and you see he's got the hip drive hopping there. Okay. He's battling it, right? He's battling it. Because if you do have, you know, your weight is shifting to one side or the other, it is so hard to, you know, you want to compensate naturally, and your body wants to do that too. So it's hard to get it up there and stabilize for sure. All right, Gina looks like she's getting it up there. The clean is beautiful. She's powering up a clean. Oh, switching sides on us. Lucas is putting on a clinic over here.
4, 3, 2, 1, time.
That was a great job from our team. And you saw one thing with Gina, you saw she's a switch hitter here, right? So she went one shoulder, then she went to the opposite shoulder. That is a skill. That is something that I think is, you know, slept on for sure, because if you have that ability to switch sides, most people have a dominant side and then, you know, their quote-unquote weaker side. So a lot of people only train their strong side, right? Because that is, you know, the one that they want to perfect. They want to perfect that technique. But if you have the ability and you have the capability of switching sides, even if one is stronger than the other, maybe you start with your strong hand, right? And then you drop down to the opposite side. If, say, you're burnt out, say my right arm is, I'm absolutely done, I'm not getting up off the shoulder at all, you switch to that left side and maybe you can get another rep or two out of it. So definitely helpful there. We got Jessica in lane 1, Trisha in lane 2, Donovan in lane 3, and Mark Clavenger in lane 4.
Just stand by the first dumbbell. Hey, first dumbbell. First dumbbell.
Up.
Let me know you're ready.
Mark getting greedy.
Whichever dumbbell you want. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go.
He just want to assert his dominance, let you know where he's going, right? So him and Jessica are, oh wow, Jessica's already up and got a rep out of that, the heavier dumbbell there, and she is banging that out. Look at her, and she's spinning around. She's spinning around, man. I love this because you look and see she's not phased by. Look at our judges too. Our judges going around her. That service, I love it. I love to see it. She's putting on an absolute show here. because she's dropping down to that bell and she's touching and going, and wow, that's incredible. We got so much momentum here, and she's not even stressing. You know, I'm not facing forward. I don't care. I'm gonna end up wherever I end up, and I'm gonna throw this thing over my head. Jessica is absolutely nailing this. All right, we got 20 seconds left, and let's see what we got going on here. Trisha's fighting back there with that 75-pound bell. Mark's got that 180-pound bell to his shoulder, and looking like an almost split there, but not quite. Great fight there, and Jessica is still going. I can't even count how many reps she's done there. Wow, wow, that was a show. Yeah, that was a show.
If you don't put around the world for us, I'm gonna be disappointed. Can I please get Carly Oliveira, lane 1, Kat Walsh.
That was incredible, and that's gonna be tough to beat. Jessica's performance. I'm gonna check this out and see how many reps she got out of that, because I can't even, like I told you guys, I can't even count that high. Let's see, she's in our 64 class, so that was Jessica. She got 15 reps on the heavy bell. 15 reps on the heavy bell. Shauna Cooper got 7 on the heavy bell, so 15 reps. And if anybody can do it, though, she's out on the floor right now. Her name is Carly Oliveira. She's in lane 1, Kat Walsh, lane 2. Then I've got Dan Litz, lane 3, and Stan Cantor in lane 4. And I don't know. You guys saw Carly yesterday. You saw her press 225 pounds over her head. So let's see what she's about to do with us. I feel sure a 75-pound Circus Dumbbell. Yeah, let's see if she can get 16. And as we're getting, reset and everything straight up, you'll pay attention. One of the things I like to point out is, just athletes and what kind of equipment they're choosing here, right? So we'll see a lot of athletes that on their strong, dominant side, they'll have, maybe a knee sleeve, elbow sleeves, wrist wraps, maybe double wrist wraps, because that bell, if you pay attention to it, where it's resting, usually on like the forearm or where it's resting on that, part of their wrist, it's brutal, and it'll really, just leave a giant whelp there, tear up some skin. And Carly is, putting on for us.
30 seconds.
There we go. We got 30 seconds left. And she's going at a great pace here. There we go. We got 20 seconds left. Stan is on that heavy bell at 180. Big clean up to the shoulder. Oh, come on, Stan. Yeah, Stan the man. That was an awesome job. Yeah, awesome job. Come on, Carly. Come on. There we go. All right. Now, excellent job there from my floor crew. Let's see, Carly got 12, so not quite enough to best Jessica there, because that was hard to beat. I don't even think she breathed on that. But Carly, that'll be enough for her to secure second and to get a couple points there for her class. And even still, that's 12 reps on the heavy bell. So that's 12 reps on that Trump weight bell, and that's crazy. That's crazy, guys.
My bad, Dan. I meant Dan.
All right. Looks like we're tightening up on the floor here.
Make sure you're standing by the first Circus Dumbbell to let me know you're ready.
Yeah, I see you got some of my volunteers. Y'all been working us so hard. We got to put on belts. We got to put belts on, because, man, it's tough out here for a pimp. All right. We've got our athletes, our newest athletes, down to the floor. I believe I've got Lisa lane 1, Susanna lane 2, Mike in lane 3, and Alex in lane 4. All right. Kat Walsh went up for that 95-pound bell and looked like maybe, nope, not today. She's getting back to that 75. Have a feeling she's going to blast that for sure. All right, in lane 3, we've got, you see the differences here. He's got that bell tilted up a little bit higher. Beautiful.
15 seconds to go.
A good dip there in lane 2. 8 seconds. 8 seconds. Alex has that dumbbell up. Let's see if he can get it off the shoulder before. Oh! Dang, so close. Because the rule is if the bell is in the air, if it's in transition, and you're finishing that lockout and whatnot, as long as we get that lockout, as long as that bell has been started the motion. If we finish it, we get credit for that rep. So that would have been a good one for him if we could have finished that lockout and stabilized just a bit.
You are ready. Please and thank you.
All right, my man John Dole is in lane 4. I've got Dylan in lane 3, Sharice in lane 2, and Sherry Mitchell in lane 1.
When your lane is ready.
And I do apologize to John because yesterday I called him Stan. I did call him Stan the Man, but I was very, very wrong. So I got confused, but I was very enthusiastic about it. He had an incredible performance yesterday, and I'm excited to see him manhandle this bell for sure. His bell is 145 or 180. Lane 3 is 130 or 160. All right, and John, no disappointment here. He's going to that 180. Oh, wow. That's 180 pounds.
John Doyle, he won all 3
John Doyle. Oh,
He wants to know anything today in lane
let's see. All my athletes to the shoulder. And looks like Sherry just fought for a good one there. A really nice job there. Sharice has that dumbbell up to the shoulder. And she works with Alan Coley in Florida at Iron House. So I know he really be champion in that bell work. It looks like she's getting it up to the shoulder. She's getting a nice neutral kind of grip, and then she's adjusting, pulling that elbow out just a little bit. And you'll see both John and Sharice are definitely throwing that, the secondary arm as like a support, almost as like a counterbalance. That does seem for me to be helpful sometimes too. Let's see if we can get one more, Sharice. Come on! Just shy, and John just shy too. Looked like that bell kissed him on the face just a little bit. Dumbbell is brutal. That's brutal. It's not just brutal on forearms and wrists if it's biting you, but sometimes depending on where you rest it, right? Because sometimes depending on the shape of the bell, if we're resting on the trap, or sometimes you see people that rest it on their ears, or they use their head as like kind of like the counterbalance weight there. So that means sometimes ears get scraped. That means sometimes the back of the head gets scraped just a little bit. And it looked like that last rep for John, as it dropped back down, might have just kissed him on the cheek just a little bit. So our strongman athletes definitely, one thing you'll see in training, bruises everywhere. Side of the head, forearms, knees, shins, everywhere. Sometimes we have no idea where it came from either, but it's a surprise to us always. All right. I believe I've got Michelle Hicks in lane 1, doing a weight change lane 2, Michael in lane 3, and a weight change in lane 4. All right, so lanes 1 and 3 are going to be going at the same time. Our others are going to be getting our weight changes done. All right, and Michelle is coming up. She's going for that heavy bell at 75 pounds. All right, Michael's not sure if you got that down command on that, because that's the only spec that we have to have there. And you see what I'm talking about there. Sometimes, for most people, the hardest part is the press. But it looks like in this case, the clean, Michael's struggling with the clean just a little bit. His press looks excellent. So if he can get it up there, I believe he's going to press it. He's going to lock it out. And you'll see that he has the bell. He has the end of the bell basically facing his ear once he gets that clean. So he has that bell resting on the side of his head. So I don't know if you guys can imagine what that feels like, but a hard cylindrical piece of metal digging into your face, maybe not the most comfortable thing in the world. That was a great fight there from Michelle. We got 7 seconds left. Let's see if Michael gets one more. Yes, he does. Come on. There we go. Great job from Michael. Great job there.
Can I please get Mara Campbell, lane 1, Megan Deely, lane 2, Jeremy Maples, lane 3, Jason Swanson, lane 4.
And one thing that changed my thinking with the Circus Dumbbell, like I said, I take feedback from anybody that wants to, share with me, right? Because what's the worst thing that can happen? I could try it and maybe it doesn't work, but when I was trying, to master the Circus Dumbbell for the Shaw prep, I definitely took feedback from a ton of people, and I definitely tried to rest that bell on my face. It did in a couple bruises and some scrapes, right? But it didn't turn out that was the best fit for me for most cases so far, right? But I've also never tried a scrap metal dumbbell, so maybe that would be where I'd have that bell at. Who knows? But one thing that I do think that is, I changed my way of thinking. Instead of thinking of it completely as a press, I thought of it as a catch, right? So if you can catch that bell when you blast it off the shoulder, if you can catch it and land under it, that was my way of thinking. That seemed helpful for me. Okay, and we see Michelle is resting on the face. I believe that, oh, that's not Michelle, that's Mara.
45 seconds to go.
So we have Mara in lane 1, Megan Deely lane 2, Jeremy Naples in lane 3, and Jason Swanson in lane 4. And so we'll see that both Mara and Megan attempting to have that bell resting a little more on the side of the face for sure.
Tressa, Colleen, Eric,
And Megan's got that elbow high. And let's see, I believe Jeremy's got it set up a little bit behind the head. That bell tried to bite Mara. All right. These bells are mean. These bells are mean. Our athletes are trying their best here. And up, run away. I got a runaway bell.
Can I please get Tressa?
Okay, so that was excellent efforts there for our athletes. And I do want you guys to remember, I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but you have to take into consideration that these athletes aren't fresh. These athletes aren't fully recovered, right? These athletes are showing up after a grueling day of, events yesterday. We did the max overhead press, the deadlift medley, and the hoist. So we did that yesterday, and so they're showing up today. This is day 2, right? This is day 2. Energy level maybe not quite 100%, but as long as attitude is there, that's all we need, right? So showing up with a strong attitude, I think with strongman athletes, especially our masters, that's something that you always see is great attitude no matter how their bodies feel, because bodies are just bodies, right?
Judges ready.
If you're not feeling something, if something doesn't hurt, you're probably not alive, right? So thankful to have these functioning, capable bodies. We've got all of our athletes. I believe we're all on that, first dumbbell. Oh, awesome job here in lane 1.
40 seconds.
And our athletes, all of our athletes that are on the floor wearing those grip shirts. Oh, wow.
5 seconds to go.
Tressa in lane 1 is really knocking these out. We've got Colleen in lane 2, Eric in lane 3.
Aaron Williams, Jennifer Ash, Jason
All right, and looks like Eric might be struggling just a little bit to get it on the shoulder, but he's got it on the shoulder, and yes, once he's got it up there, that press is the easy part, right?
10, 9, 8,
All right, Eric's got it up there. Let's see if he gets one more. I think he is. Great job there for Eric Neal.
1, time.
Tressa, Eric, all knocking those out. We'll see a little play-by-play there.
2, Jason Rain, lane 3, Terrell Young, lane 4. Please stand by the first Circus Dumbbell to let me know you're ready, athletes.
All right, we're getting set up here. We have Aaron Williams in lane 1, Jennifer Ash in lane 2, Jason Rong in lane 3, and Terrell Young in lane 4. Jennifer Ash, Bama Brick Squad. All right, and looks like we're all staying at that first dumbbell here. Going to get some reps out of it. Oh, yeah, way to go, Jen. Jen's launching that thing up there. Got a good neutral grip. Easy little press for her. There we go. All right, and Aaron's knocking that out. And Aaron's got a really good flow here, too. And you'll see almost like a little split jerk there. We're dropping that right foot back. Dropping that right foot back. Yeah, great rep there with Jen Ash. All right, Jason's got that dumbbell up. And just looking and comparing Jason and Terrell in terms of, where we have that dumbbell on the shoulder. We got 15 seconds. Let's see what we can do here. Let's get some more reps. Aaron's up to the shoulder. Jen's up to the shoulder.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Jen's quite the showman there, talking to our media team, putting on for our team. All right, I believe we got Carrie Chase coming out in lane 1, Caroline coming in lane 2, and Bo lane 3, and Chad Shannon in lane 4.
He's not going to do this event. Athletes, if you're ready, please stand by the first Circus Dumbbell.
And so all these dumbbells, that anything that's over 130 pounds has a 12-inch handle, and anything that is under 130 pounds has a 10-inch handle. So that's just, you know, subtle differences there in the bells. All right, it looks like Carrie is going up for that trump weight at 75 pounds. Caroline's at the 85-pound.
Chad Shannon choke slamming that Circus Dumbbell in lane 4.
All right, and Big Bo, nice work. Chad Shannon is staring that dumbbell down, seeing if we can do some, you know, teleportation. Lingarda Leviosa. Let's get it up there. Caroline is fighting with it. She is fighting with it. Carrie Chase, you'll see that she has that dumbbell not so much in a neutral grip, but she's got it almost where it's sitting more upright. So then it becomes almost like a tricep extension, right? So definitely differences in technique. They're so much fun to see and watch, especially when you have, you know, 4 different athletes on the floor with different strengths, different body types. You can see how everyone chooses to, you know, really get a hold of that dumbbell, because ultimately there is, like I said yesterday, there is no right or wrong in terms of technique. There's just what works for you, and then what works the best for you. And sometimes some things just don't work, right? So even if it should, it might not. But if it is not supposed to, and it does, go for it, right? Dumbbell is one of those things that I just kind of had to keep trying with. And also, for me, yoke. Yoke was one thing that everyone, you know, put your hands out on the uprights. And for me, it just did not make sense. I could not make a shelf. But then I turned it into putting my hands on the crossbar, almost like a squat, and it felt so much better and more comfortable for me, right? So sometimes, even if it doesn't make sense, if it does make sense, if you can get the result that you want, just practice until it works, right? So that's one thing that these Masters athletes, they have time under their belt. They have plenty of practice reps, right? So most of these athletes have failed more times than we have ever even tried. So just put some respect on their name, all right? Respect your elders. By the end of the day, we might consider this elder abuse. I'm not sure, but we're getting those bells set, getting them all facing the correct way. We've got Flavin Butler in lane 1, Lindsay in lane 2, Bruin in lane 3, and Nico in lane 4. All right. So Flavin is going up for that 75-pound trump dumbbell, and Lindsay is at the 85-pound bell, and she's already got a rep up there. Okay, Bruin looks like he's got some intensity here. Good dip and drive. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Flavin's got it on the shoulder. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. Good stability. And sometimes you'll see it shows. You'll see a lot of people where they, you know, maybe the lockout is just, you know, barely a lockout, but they get a quick down command. Our judges here are very fair. Our judges here are very fair, and I believe, you know, upholding a high standard, right? So these athletes are knocking it out. They're getting that weight above their head. Wow, that was a beautiful fight there for Flavin. You can see the strain that this can put on, you know, biceps. You can see the strain that this can put on a shoulder, right? So these athletes are really giving it their all here. Let's see if Nico can get this up. Come on, Nico. That's how I feel about it too. Chunk it. But very well made dumbbells for sure by Scrap Masters. You'll see that they're taking a beating here, but they can handle it. All right, so now you see that based on, you know, we're changing the weights, but we're also having to change the bell on the first lane, because if the bell is over a certain weight or if it's under a certain weight, we change, you know, the handles. So we got the 12-inch and the 10-inch, and we're doing those weight changes now. we'll have Rebecca Getman in lane 2, Kirby Lynch in lane 3, and Patrick Peterson in lane 4.
Lanes 2, 3, and 4. Raise your hand if you are ready. Sorry, Aaron. Raise your crutch when you're ready. Athletes, no. Athletes ready. Judges ready.
All right.
Down, go.
Rebecca is getting started on that 85-pound dumbbell. Kirby Lynch is going up for that 160-pound bell. And Patrick has the 160 up to the shoulder. Oh, he's fighting for it. All right, Rebecca's getting some reps here.
45 seconds to go.
All right, and Rebecca's totally making me a liar here, right? So you see how her center of gravity is just a little bit outside of midline, but definitely working for her, right? So she's compensating with that hip to a little bit out to the side where the bell is, where she's shouldering it, and that is definitely working for her. That's working for her, and especially with that neutral grip press. And you'll see that even with that one, that was definitely, she's getting better and better with these reps, but that approach right there, that bell is coming in towards the midline when she's pressing. So we can definitely see that is, working well for her. Kirby, he's got that bell up, got the stabilizing arm out. Oh. And we zoom in there, you see, we got an elbow sleeve, we got some protective gear on that arm because these bells are mean. These bells are mean, and they definitely will leave whelps. They'll leave some bruises and bumps. And one thing that I think, people watching, you don't quite sometimes fully comprehend or understand, like, how taxing some of this stuff is, right? So the grip, the handles on these dumbbells they're not nearly as thin as, say, a traditional dumbbell, right? So that's one of the differences in, Monster Bell, Circus Dumbbell, that type of situation. The handle is so much bigger than a traditional bell. We've got Jenna Link in lane 1, Laura London lane 2, Thomas in lane 3, and Thomas already has a beautiful rep on the board. All right. Thomas got that elbow high. Solid dip. Beautiful, beautiful. Jenna and Laura, okay. Looks like Laura had drifted out just a little bit there.
30 seconds to go.
Okay, we got 30 seconds left, and Thomas is knocking it out. And one thing to notice here with Thomas, he's getting it super well up to the clean. Look like switch sides there. I told you guys that's a really beneficial kind of tactic if you have that ability.
15 seconds to go.
And maybe that's his, less dominant side there.
10, 9,
He's going back to the strong side, see if he can knock out one more rep here.
5,
Come on, Tom.
4, 3.
Oh, yeah, there he goes. I think we got that down. Not quite sure. We might not have. So, but beautiful effort for him there. Beautiful effort. We're going to play a little playback. You'll see him just fighting because you can use that secondary hand, right? You can use that secondary hand to support and to stabilize as much as you need to before you start the press. So once you start the press, once you throw that dumbbell off the shoulder, that support hand has to leave, right? Otherwise, we can just guide it all the way up. But so we can kind of use that secondary hand to manipulate the bell just a little bit for us. If we get to the shoulder and it's not the position that we want it, take that secondary hand and just adjust it a smidge. If we need to change the position of it or change the way the bell is facing. But what I was, discussing earlier is just how that big handle there versus yesterday we had the hoist, and a lot of people, feedback was, man, my hands got ate up. And then we have a max distance frame carry today, a max distance frame carry. So these athletes, not only are they, being beat up in terms of just heavyweight, moving heavyweight, but the grip that's required, the endurance that's required there, that's going to be very challenging because one thing that I think is the direct correlation of fatigue is grip strength, right? So we got Melissa Jones in lane 1, Rachel in lane 2, Sean Doherty in lane 3, and George Lucido in lane 2. And Big George from Texas, he bribed me a little bit this morning with a chocolate chip, I think, chunk cookie. So I do accept bribes in the form of food. So thank you, George. I appreciate that. Rachel is from North Kakalaki. Got a really strong crew. I shouted them out yesterday. I'm going to shout them out again today. And I told you guys, you'll see that, you know, packs of people just train together, run together, right? Her group at Hard Work, Strength and Performance with Joey Mack, definitely a strong crew, and you'll see a lot of athletes coming out of there. Melissa Jones, she has the option for the 70-pound bell or the 85-pound bell. Rachel at 85 or 105.
Judges ready, go!
All right, and Melissa and Rachel both going up for that Trump bell. Sean and George on that first bell. And George has a bell up. He's knocking it out. Okay, Sean's got one too. Looks like Rachel's got a good press there.
40 seconds to go.
All right, Sean's got a really explosive clean here, and he's knocking these out.
Joseph, you're on deck.
Rachel more that neutral grip, big shoulder pop.
30 seconds to go.
All right, Melissa's fighting with it. Okay, Melissa's decided she's going to go back for that 70-pound bell and get some reps out of it. Great job there. Great choice there from Melissa. Okay, she's getting it done. I guess got one rep on that lighter bell just in case. So knocking that out. We see George over here, Big Texas. He's got it on the shoulder. And don't think we quite got that one, but what a heartbreaker. And Sean's fighting with it too. Excellent job on the floor. Runaway bell. And also shout out to Rachel. I was talking to her this morning, and I hope this is okay to share, but I think that this is really incredible, especially as a strength athlete, as the master strength athlete. But she has lost, I believe she said, over 80 pounds. She's lost over 80 pounds total, and just her strength has still continued to rise and increase, and just to be able to do that in unison, to lose weight, maintain, gain strength. Clearly she's doing something right there, and so that's just inspiring, and I hope that's encouraging to everyone out there. Is just that, you know, you think that you can't do both. Well, you really can. You can. It's just, you know, a matter of prioritization, focus, and goal setting, right? So setting a plan in place and then getting it done. So
Athletes ready. Judges ready.
we have Stephanie in lane 1, we have Michelle in lane 2, Ryan in lane 3, and Joseph Nielsen in lane 4.
I'm so sorry. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
And we see 3 Cerberus grip shirts on the floor. Stephanie's on that 70-pound bell, and we got Michelle going up for that 105, and she's got it up there. That's 105 pounds on one side with one arm, man. I wouldn't fight with her. Oh, yeah, Michelle is knocking these out.
Oh, yeah. 40 seconds to go.
There we go. Stephanie's got it up to the shoulder. There we go, Steph. Come on, Steph. Michelle is knocking these out like crazy. I really want Steph to get one here. I want to see her get it. She's fighting with it. Come on. Ryan with some good reps. Joseph's got that up there with clean. Okay, setting it on his head, seeing what he can do with it. You see that support hand, just trying to get it right.
4, 3, 2, 1, time.
Oh, almost got that on that last one for Joseph. And you'll see that one thing, it's almost like he was kind of rotated really well, right? So he was trying his best to get that bell up and to get it where he could press it. But one thing I do see, you know, it's almost like a corkscrew kind of situation, right? So the more that he was trying to get it set up, the more he was rotating at the hips. And so makes the press a lot harder. It makes the press a lot harder because when you're pressing up, you're almost going to unscrew, right? So you screw in and you get those hips kind of rotated. And it's not typically, for most people now, the best in terms of successfully completing that press because the power output, you have to almost unscrew, right? So one of those things that just, you know, the rotation, it's a little tricky. All right, John Whitlow is in lane 4. I'm doing a weight change in lane 3. And Carrie is in lane 1. Corey in lane 2. All right, both my baddies are walking up to my Trump weight. And we got John on that 160-pound bell, and he's already got one up. All right, Carrie. Looks like she's getting some up there. John is knocking these out.
Look at that control in lane 4.
All right, and Carrie's got the open face of that dumbbell pressing right beside her head. Corey a little bit behind the head. And John's doing a great job here.
30 seconds to go.
There we go. Getting that clean up. Carrie's got that elbow high. And Corey's doing it. She's fighting with it. She's fighting with it. She's going to battle with it and get one out here. All right, let's see if Carrie can get one more. Let's see if Carrie can get one more. Let's see if Corey can get one on this lighter pound bell. She's got 4 seconds to get one on the light bell. Oh! Tough, tough, tough there. Tough there. And also, I would like to personally apologize on the internet to Carrie because I believe she is from Alabama. And I did say Roll Tide, and it made her, you know, cringe a little bit. She couldn't wait to, you know, scold me this morning. She is an Auburn fan, so bless her heart. But delete my Roll Tide comment. She is an Auburn Tigers fan, so we're gonna delete some points from her score sheet later. But don't tell her. Drew Sloan is in lane 1. I've got Jenny Morris in lane 2, and David Day lane 3, and Justin Brindle in lane 4. And as a coach, so one of the things that, you know, if you're going up for that trump bell and you're fighting with it, depending on, you know, obviously strength levels and where everybody's at, but typically I say, you know, give it 2 or 3 tries, right? Give it 2 or 3 good, solid efforts, not just a college try, but give it 2 or 3 solid efforts. And if it's, you know, you're swinging and missing, go ahead and drop back to that lighter bell. That's my suggestion, right, as a coach, just because you don't want to fight with that heavier bell and completely exhaust yourself or put yourself in a position where you only have 5 to 10 seconds to complete a rep on the lighter weight, just because the dumbbell, regardless of how heavy or light it is challenging to just find that position on your shoulder, especially with a new unfamiliar bell. So that is my suggestion there. Drew Sloan looks like she doesn't need any type of, you know, suggestions for herself. She is up on that trump bell, 85, getting it knocked out. Jenny Morse, she's on the 85-pound bell as well. David Day looks a little frustrated chunking with that bad boy. Justin is fighting with that trump bell. Looks like he just dropped back to the 160. And that way he has a little bit of time to get some reps here. Yep, that's what it looks like. Excellent job getting some reps in. Drew's got it up. Beautiful. Getting some air under those feet. Come on, Jenny. Justin getting another one. And he said that's all he needs for the day. All right. All right, coming up next, Kelly New lane 1, Shauna Russell lane 2, Lonnie Parker in lane 3, and Scott Bloom in lane 4. And if you guys were paying attention yesterday, Scott finished with the heaviest overhead press off the blocks yesterday with 400 and I believe 15 pounds, and it was crazy. It was crazy to see. I was really excited about it, and that gave him the event win, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the next weight that was under him was 395. Yeah, so really awesome job. So yesterday he overhead pressed from blocks, 415 pounds, and now we'll see if he's how he's going to handle this one-armed 160 or 200. You guys think he's going to stay on the lighter weight or the heavier weight? We'll see what happens. Kelly New did an awesome job. I believe she finished with 185 yesterday, overhead off blocks, and I specifically remember because she got better and better with every single one. So let's see how she does on the Circus Dumbbell. I'm anticipating she'll probably get better and better with these reps, right? So staying in it and getting better, that's, a really awesome trait and quality of an athlete, just getting warmed up. Yep, and both Kelly and Shauna are opting for that trump weight bell. Kelly's got that 85 to the shoulder. Shauna's already blasting up another rep, and Kelly's banging it out too. Oh, yeah, Kelly's banging it out. Looks like she's got a good flow already. Yeah, that ain't nothing to it. That's a peanut. All right, and Scott is opting for that 160 bell there. Getting some reps in. Lonnie Parker. Shauna with some good reps there. I think one of us might have missed a down command. That's a tough one, because you really want to make sure you get these hard-earned reps. Kelly is putting on a show here. She's just having a rep fest. Super consistent as well. Come on, Shauna. Get it up there, baby. Get it up there. Yeah! Yeah, we love to see it, and I'm pretty sure that was a go for her because if you get that rep off the shoulder, finishing locking it out, it's good to go. Gucci bananas, that was exciting. I like to see that. All right, coming up next, I've got Tasha Wolf-Whelan. I've got Raquel Waddles in lane 2, Chris Porter in lane 3, and Ryan Mallon in lane 4. And Tasha put on an excellent performance yesterday. I believe she won the hoist event, won the deadlift event. She's a killer.
What happened?
All right. Just believe we may have. Okay. Looks like Katie's on the floor cleaning. Might have some blood. That's my guess. Blood or some type of bodily fluids. But I would not be surprised if it was blood because, like I said, these bells are it's a hard cylindrical piece of equipment here, just metal that's digging into, in some cases, the side of your face, right? So if that bell just clips you the wrong way, we could have some blood. We could have any type of skin, whatever, right? Leave your mark, I guess.
All right, step up to the dumbbell, please. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go.
All right, and they're off, and Tasha's going up for that 85-pound circus dumbbell. No surprise there. Oh, yeah. This is going to be a rep fest. She'll probably get at least 10, 15 reps here based on, how easy that was. All right, Raquel's got it up to the shoulder. It looks like Chris is doing all right back here. Ryan's fighting with that 200-pound bell, and he's giving us, Here we go. All right, Raquel is dropping back to that 85-pound bell. Tasha still a steady pace here. 20 seconds left, and Chris fought for that one. Yes, he did. He earned that one. I think he might say that might be enough for him, but that was a beautiful job. We got 10 seconds left. Let's get Tasha to finish this one. Yes, she did. All right. And so that was an awesome job for these athletes.
Can I please get Lindsay Hall, lane 2, Ephraim Roman, lane 3, Jason, lane 4. Jessica. This is your last athlete. We're down at 3 lanes.
All right, and so I believe our lane 1 may be completed from what I'm looking at. I believe we took those crash pads off the floor, so we may just have lanes 2, 3, and 4 running now. I believe we have Lindsay Hall in lane 2, Efren Roman in lane 3, Jason in lane 4.
Athletes, please stand by the first dumbbell to let me know you're ready. Athletes ready. Oh, no, my bad. Board's not ready.
All right. And Lindsay's got a fan club in here in the function. cheering for her. She's got the option of an 85-pound bell or a 105-pound bell. She's going for that 105. Jason's going for that 200-pound bell there. And Ephraim's got the 145 up. Okay, and he's knocking that out. We're getting some good reps here. Okay, I think Jason said absolutely not to that 200-pound. He just said exit the scene. He's back on that 160. Great job from Lindsay. Yeah, you hear Yoni even saying it. That's, you know, it's tough. It's tough to, you know, run with that bell over the head, trying to stabilize and catch it. But that's what I'm talking about. If you even watch and just mechanically think about what I'm talking about in terms of a catch and a land under it, right? It's definitely not the typical modality of thinking, but throw it and catch it. Throw, catch. Yes, yes, and landing under it, that's it. All right. I believe Lindsay is satisfied with her performance there. Totally can understand why too. All right, Leilani Brown in lane 2 and Jonathan Wimberly in lane 4. Leilani had a wonderful day yesterday and just full of energy and light, truly. Love when you can see these athletes, just the, you know, the positivity and the passion that they bring with them. Always love to see that. And we already have some of our athletes that are, you know, warming up with the frame, because the max frame with no drops is going to be our event coming up afterwards.
Athletes, please stand by the first dumbbell when you're ready. Safety first. All right, athletes ready. Judges ready. Go! Leilani said that her goal is 6 reps.
All right.
One of her competitors,
Boom. Done deal.
50 seconds.
Oh, you can tell by the way that somebody transitions in between their reps. You can usually tell when somebody's, okay, looks like I saw something come out the bell there. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe a piece of chalk. Looks like maybe a piece of chalk. Maybe she had the chalk kind of tucked in her, you know, belt or something like that. Just keep that thing on you, right? But you can usually tell what kind of reps an athlete's going to do based on the way that they transition in between those. You'll see that a lot of times when people do that touch and go, or kind of, you know, just run right through the clean and go right back into it to maintain that momentum. You'll see that most of these athletes are the ones that are really putting together a ton of reps, and Jonathan is doing a great job here. Looks like he got some good reps on the board. All right, Leilani got 5 reps there. I think she wanted to get 6 there, but we got 5, so definitely an awesome job.
We have the spotlight on the big boys.
All right. And I do believe that all of our lanes except for lane 4 with our big boys are completed. So that is awesome. And just so you guys know, it's 10:26 here in Las Vegas. That's where we're at. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Westgate Hotel. But this is, you know, we're running through this really quick. So spotlight on Kamal Carmen. He had an excellent job yesterday.
You got 45 seconds.
Okay, got 45 seconds, and you can see him, you know, throwing the arms out, kind of just getting a little bit of clarity, breathing for a second. I think that sometimes as athletes, and especially, you know, on something like this, that's got that one up. Not sure if that was a down command or not, but hopefully it was. But you'll see that, you know, sometimes we just need to remind ourselves to regain composure, right? Because we feel like, oh, I got 60 seconds. I've got a, you know, time limit. I need to move fast. But sometimes that's less helpful than you think it is. Yes! He got that one. Go Birds. Go Birds. He said that's enough. That's enough. I feel that too. Not his hat off. Hats off to you. Come on. That was a beautiful rep there. Also, for anyone that's watching that saw the Eagles game and the Cowboys game, how about those Cowboys, huh? Sorry. I can't make this about football. I'm sorry. Michael Smith is going to be coming up next, and he'll have the option of the 160-pound dumbbell or the 200-pound dumbbell. He's got his grip shirt on. We're getting set up for him. You'll see Lance back there creeping. That is Lance from Zero Dark 30 Media. Awesome job. He's doing an awesome job with our, promotions and our footage that he's been also just producing reels and putting out content so that way you guys can follow along and see some of the highlights. You guys don't think about just how challenging it is not only to be a photographer, videographer, and to be shooting all day, but then to go back and to produce content as well. It's, hours worth of thankless labor, right? So shout out to Lance, shout out to Derek and Shelly, and just all the photographers out there. It's a harder job than what you think. Michael Smith. He's got that bell. He's got big shoulders there, so you see that the head of that bell is just resting on that big delt.
50 seconds to go.
Yeah, nice. He's moving through this.
Now he's in control, so he can rebound right into the next rep. Is impressive. He's got 40 seconds.
All right. He's got 40 seconds coming up here.
30 seconds.
Here we go. Oh, he's fighting for that one.
20 seconds.
But so, you hear Yoni, he's, calling out the time that we have left to, and that was what I was talking about. Sometimes you feel like, oh man, I don't have enough time, but sometimes it's, instead of rushing yourself and maybe getting, partial reps or not quite fully locking out or something like that, maybe it's just more beneficial to take your time. That's one thing that I like to encourage my athletes. Take your time. 60 seconds is actually a lot longer than you think, especially when it's something that is as challenging as a circus dumbbell and takes a little bit of time, effort, and, just energy to focus on it specifically. And outside of just shouting out our photographers, videographers, and our media team, also like to shout out Iron Vision Media for producing such a high-quality live stream. And you see today we've got names, we've got everything, but all these guys are just so helpful and doing such a good job. It's really cool to see and to be able to be a part of just such a great production and create this whole situation for you guys as the viewers to see and support your loved ones and support everyone you care about. So drop some love in the comments for Iron Media, for the live stream. Drop some comments for your favorite athlete who you're watching. And also, once again, drop some comments for your favorite commentator, Bama Breezy, on the track. We've got Ronnie coming up, and this is the King of Vegas. I was just in Vegas a couple weeks ago at one of his shows, the Las Vegas Strength Games, with several of my athletes. I like to make sure I put my athletes in shows that are, promoted well, that are put on well, and that I know the priority is going to be the athlete. So Ronnie does a great job of that. And one thing that Ronnie does well as well is throwing up a circus dumbbell. So we see a great rep there.
45 seconds, Ronnie.
And see, with these bells, you see that support hand. He's getting it where he wants it, which is digging into the side of his face. Oh, man. But you see with these heavier bells, the heavier and heavier the bells get, you'll see that, the clean typically is a lot harder too, right? So
23 seconds.
Okay, and so that was right there. Ronnie got a rep on the heavier bell for sure, right? So I think his kind of thought process was, hey, well, this is really taxing, this is really challenging. Not sure if he can get another rep on the 200, so he was going to drop back and do some reps on the 160. But, I think everyone encouraged him and told him not to move, right? Because it would not matter if he did 5 reps on the 160. There wouldn't be like he did 1 rep on the heavy and 5 reps on the light. It would only count for the heavier bell, right? So the heavier bell is going to trump any reps on the lighter bell. So if you do get a rep on the heavier bell, that is the best option, is to stay there. So stay there and get it done. 1 is better than any reps on the lighter. And that will complete our Circus Dumbbell event. So our Circus Dumbbell event number 1 on the day is completed. We are getting the floor moved out. We're getting all those pads and everything. We do have our frames already lined up, and these frames are beasts. So these frames are beasts. I believe they're 345 pounds empty, if I'm not mistaken. And by not mistaken, I mean I weighed them with my crew, Kay and Jessica. We weighed them all yesterday. So, okay. And we're going to do some scores here. So just a couple updates for you guys after event 1. All right, my women's 40 plus 64 kilogram class, you saw Jessica nailing 15 reps with the heavy dumbbell. She's going to be finished number 1. Carly right behind her with 12 reps. Shauna Cooper with 7. And I've got Cindy came in with 2 reps on the heavier bell. Gina got 2 reps on the heavier bell. And then Alicia got 4 reps on the light bell. And Brooke is in 7th behind and didn't quite get any reps there on the bell. So moving on to our next class. We see in our women's 40 plus 73 kilogram class, Kelly New came in with 7 reps on that heavy bell. Tasha Wolf Whelan close behind with 6 reps on that heavy bell. Drew Sloan with 4 reps. Carrie got 1 rep on that heavy bell, and then Melissa Jones 1 rep with the light dumbbell. And Jenna Link and Stephanie Wardrope didn't quite get any on those bells, but they're going to make sure they come back on this frame and put on a show. All right. With my women's 40 plus 82 class, you see Charisse in first place with 3 reps, Kat Walsh with 1 rep, and Jackie, Trisha, and Susanna not quite there on the day, but they're going to come back for the frame. Women's 40 plus open category, Michelle Johnson with 5 reps on the heavy bell. Ilani Brown with 5 reps on the bell, so they tied for first. That means Lindsay Hall's coming in 3rd on that event with 3 reps on the heavy bell. Shauna Russell, 2 reps on the heavy bell. Rachel Vivaglo with 1 rep on the heavy bell. And Rebecca Getman with 7 reps on the light bell. Jennifer Ash with 3 reps on the light bell. And Lindsay coming in with 2 reps on the light bell. Megan Deely and Colleen coming in 9th, not quite there on the day. And women 40 plus open category, I don't believe we had this is to finish out the open plus, and all in 9th, not quite getting anything on those bells for today. That's Caroline, Laura, Corey, Jenny, and Raquel. Women 50 plus in the 64 kilogram class, Joanne, she knocked out 9 reps with that heavy bell. Julie Wolf with 3 reps on the light bell, and Leslie didn't quite get any on the day. Women's 50 plus 82 kilogram class, Carrie Chase came in with 6 reps on the heavy bell. Flavin Butler with 3 reps on the heavy bell. Mark Campbell 1 rep on the heavy bell, and the rest of my athletes here, Aaron, Tressa, Sherry, they did reps on the lighter bell. Aaron with 8, Tressa with 3, Sherry with 2, and then Michelle, she got 1 rep on the light bell, and Lisa, she is in 8th currently there on that event. Women's 50 plus open category, Carrie Ann Davis knocked out 5 reps on that heavy bell. T. York coming in as well, tied for first with 5 reps. So we actually got 3 people that, completed 5 reps on that heavy bell. Carrie, T, and Kelly Bolton. Kristen McCarthy, 4 reps on the heavy bell. Mickey, she got 1 rep on the light dumbbell. And Sinwin didn't get any on those. And unfortunately, I believe Kelly Bolton is going to be out with an injury because she tried to get the 6 rep on that heavy bell, and I think it just looked like a bicep, maybe something just tweaked a little bit. We're going to go to our men's scores now. In my men's 40 plus 105 kilogram class, I got Stan Cantor and John Dole tied for first with 4 reps on the heavy bell. Mark Clevenger got 1 rep on the heavy bell. And then the rest of my guys, Michael Toomey, he got 6 reps on the light bell. Will Hobbs, 5 reps on the light bell. Lucas got 4 reps on the light bell. And John, Dan, and Alex all got 1 rep on that light dumbbell. And Joel Lewis didn't quite get any on the day. So that is our setup, a top 10 there. And then Brian Jones and John Hager all not quite getting any reps on that bell, but that's okay because we got more events on the day, and they're going to definitely come back on the frame and get some good points. For my men's 40 plus 80 kilogram class, Adam, he placed first with 4 reps on the heavy bell. Michael Sidwell, 3 reps on the heavy bell. Justin Height, 3 reps on the light bell. And Juby Gonzalez with 2 reps on the light bell. even split of heavy and light. Men's 40 plus 90 kilogram class. I got Ryan finished out first with 3 reps on the heavy bell. Kirby Lynch with 2 reps on the heavy bell. Bruin, he got 5 reps on the light bell. Eric, he got 4 reps on the light bell. Thomas with 4 reps on the light bell as well, so they're tied for 4th. Also, Sean Doherty tied for 4th, 4 reps on the bell. And then Michael and Bo both got 2 reps on the light bell, so they're tied for 7th. Jason Harang got 1 rep on that light bell, and Daniel, not quite. Daniel and Jeremy, not quite there on the day.
At 11 a.m. Somebody just asked me for the time.
And with my men's 40 plus open class, we had some hitters here. This was a heavy bell. You see that Ronnie and Ryan both tied for 1st with 1 rep on that heavy bell. Jonathan is in 3rd with 5 reps on the light bell. John Whitlow with 3 reps on the light bell. Him and Scott Bloom are tied for 4th with 3 reps on the light bell. George Lucido got 2 reps on the light bell, and him and Michael Smith are tied for 6 with 2. Justin, Jason, and Kamal all got 1 rep on that light dumbbell. And then Jason, Nick, Terrell, Chad, Nico, Patrick, Noel, and Joseph all couldn't quite get there today. But sometimes when you're in good company, when you see that you're not alone in, zeroing an event, sometimes that can be a little bit of a confirmation for you as well, because it just means it might be hard, right? So even the top there only got 1 rep on the heavy bell, so that does speak a little bit that maybe it was just a challenging setup, right? So in good company, that'll definitely change up our point spread. Our men's 50 plus 105 kilogram class, Mike, he got 4 reps with that heavy bell. Dan Litz got 3 reps with the light dumbbell, and Donovan Raskin, he got 2 reps on the light bell, and no reps for Randall Johnson, so he'll be in 4th for that event. Men's 50 plus 90 kilogram class, Russell, he got 4 reps on the light dumbbell, and Tom Taylor got 3 reps on the light dumbbell. And for my men's 50 plus open category, Chris Porter with 4 reps on the light bell, and Ephraim Roman both tied with that with 4 reps on the light bell, so they're tied for 1st. Lonnie Parker is in 3rd with 2 reps on the light bell, and David Day didn't quite get there on the day. All right. All right, guys, so that is concluding our Circus Dumbbell event. We are now currently getting set up for our timber frame carry. So our volunteers, we have 4 lanes set up, and this is a max event. So we're going to be going to a short break here, and then we'll be coming back ready to start frame.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we manage the days individually. Absolutely
That was awesome.
Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my weight. What does it say? The bar says it's praying 100.
that was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it. So
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here. You know, a lot of them been competing 9,
Look at
10.
this guy. You have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You gotta get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo.
It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9,
Look at
10.
this guy, you have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
That was awesome.
Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my weight. What does it say? One guy says a crane 100.
that was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it, so
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9,
Look at
10.
this guy, you have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45?
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw. Just putting his stamp on the day. The next day as opposed to just competing on the day, or we manage the days individually. Absolutely.
That was awesome.
Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my weight. What does it say? It says a crane 100.
That was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it. So
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here. You know, a lot of them been competing 9,
Look at
10.
this guy. You have a 3-time champ.
All right, and welcome back. We are here for event number 2, which is going to be our max distance frame carry here at our Masters Nationals event. So we have 4 lanes that are going to be running. We have our frames lined up and laid out, and that is a 340 pound empty frame, and we have the weights added for what we need for each athlete. Each class has different weights that we have for those for our loads. And what we're going to be doing here with the frame, we're going to be doing a max distance carry, right? So instead of having them keep going around the entire hotel, what we've done, we've laid out a 30-foot course. So we've laid out a 30-foot course. So these athletes are going to be picking this frame and carrying it down 30 foot with no drops, right? So down 30 foot and then back 30 foot, so until they can't do it anymore. So this is going to be a really cool event. We see Julie Wolf in lane 1, Tom Taylor in lane 3, and Russell in lane 4.
All right, athletes ready, judges ready, go!
And for my guys in lane 3 and 4, this is a 490 pound frame. Russell is making quick work of that, and for Julie, she has a 340 pound frame. All right. And so you'll see that we're doing max distance, right? So these athletes cross the line there. They cross the line, drop, and then re-pick. So that's a little bit interesting too, because you see that some events like this, it's, for a max distance, it's one pick and then a continued carry, right? But for us here, we have, 30-foot drop and then change direction. So that is going to increase, if you think about it, that's going to increase just the strain on your body as well, because you're also having to do a deadlift to pick up that frame in the first place. So not only is this a max distance frame carry, but this is also, with the picks, there's several reps that you have to do some frame deadlifts as well, right? So Julie is having to pick up that 340 pound frame on multiple occasions, and Tom and Russell had to pick that 490 pound frame multiple times. So, and you'll see with these frames, we have pallet jacks set up for, resets later when it gets a little bit heavier, but our 4-man bobsled team, this is how we're going to be doing our resets. So shout out to our volunteers, because it's a brutal job. It's a brutal job, but I can't say it's thankless, because all of our athletes are so appreciative for the help, because they see the work that these volunteers are putting in. And so we're making sure we're getting the handles set up. The handles are going to be lined up on that line. So if you're looking at it and you're like, well, those frames are over the line, we're setting the handles lined up on the line for each side.
Let's give a big round of applause to our volunteers as they're about to go through the most grueling event for them. Recent
They're shouting out the volunteers for real, because this is like I said, that's a challenging job there. All right. And we've got our athletes coming up here. I believe I have athletes in all 4 lanes here.
Michael Sidwell, Adam Lipson, you're on deck.
All right. All right, so we're crossing the line, turning back here. Oh, lane 2, we're making quick work of this. Lane 2, she's down, back already. She's doing an awesome job there.
30 seconds.
And I believe for my women's 50 plus here, the empty frame is 345 pounds, because we weighed them all yesterday. So their frame, that is just the frame by itself. So that's a brutal implement, just empty, right, is 345 pounds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
All right, and everyone getting close to that line. Let's see. Yep, got close to that line on the first. Just a beautiful job there. All athletes really making quick work of this. So sometimes frame can be one of those tricky, fickle beasts as well. Not just Circus Dumbbell. I know I refer to her as that, but frame and grip are, like I said, I think that, one of the direct correlations between fatigue and just how your body responds is grip strength oftentimes declines with fatigue, with a high level of fatigue. So sometimes frame can be kind of like a wild card, because especially, I don't know, I've seen with a lot of, open classes, especially like, bigger guys, maybe that deadlift a ton, right? They might deadlift a ton, and you see that yesterday we had our deadlift medley. So a lot of people were using straps, some people didn't use straps, but we'll see how that plays into today's work, because maybe that grip, maybe we should have used straps yesterday and saved the grip for today. Who knows? We'll see. But a lot of times you'll see, because there are no drops on this, right? So sometimes with frame or with farmers, you're allowed to repick as many times as possible, or we're allowed to do things a little bit differently there, right? So if you have drops or unlimited drops, you can drop the frame and then you're allowed to repick it and then continue carrying it on. But in this case, there are no drops. So say you don't get a good grip on that first pick, and then halfway through here you have a drop. That's the end of your event. And so that's sometimes, you have to make sure that you get your grip set very well, or get deep set in the hands wherever you want that pick. And this is for these frames. I believe it is a 16-inch pick height, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 16-inch pick height for these frames, and they're quite a beast, right? So sometimes we'll see with a 16-inch pick height, that's not necessarily the highest, not necessarily the lowest, somewhere within the middle. And I got the opportunity to touch these frames and to work with them a little bit yesterday. There is no knurling on these handles. There is no knurling. It is smooth, but it does have quite a kind of like a matte, almost like a sticky kind of texture. So that is something you don't have. We're not allowed to use, any grip supportive situation. We're not allowed to use tacky or anything sticky, no straps. Just raw dogging, bare paws. So we see Mike Sidwell walking down the line, and we've got Adam Leifson in the end there. And so Adam's grabbing some more chalk. Typically, athletes will leave chalk at the end, either end, right? So looks like we had a drop for Michael, so he is now out. So he will be credited with that, whatever that distance is. And like I said, that's a tough one sometimes. Up, and Adam's out too. And I'm telling you, grip is tricky because it may not even be hard for you. It may just be a slip of the hands. It may be, it's climate controlled in here for sure. But one of those things is, there might be some condensation. We might have some sticky hands, right? A little bit just. So if we have any type of slipperiness or anything, you don't have a good grip, and it slides right out, boop, it's a goner. So sometimes it can be really unexpected as well, because you might have a great carry, you might feel stable with it, but that grip is just non-forgiving in that way. All right, and I believe we're going to let Brooke Reno in lane 1 go ahead. She's going to be going by herself, so let's get behind Brooke. Oh, no. And just like that, you see she was moving really fast there, too. Like, great short, choppy steps, but looks like just a little slip there in the hands, and I think we made it about halfway down that marker, so she'll get a distance there. And I believe the frame there, we have moved up for our women's 40 plus 64 kilogram class to 355 pounds. My men's 50 plus 105 kilogram class has a 530 pound frame. And guys, this is no joke. This is no joke here. And once again, I told you about the brutalness of having a Circus Dumbbell for reps, after we had a max press event yesterday. But they also had the deadlift medley, and with that crazy heavy silver dollar deadlift, and now today we're doing these carries, but you also have to get that frame off the floor, so we have to be able to deadlift it first. So we have to deadlift the frame and then start the carry. So it's not just a strict grip event for sure, because we have to use the legs, we have to use the back, we've got to use everything in our power, right? With Strongman, I'll say that pretty much everything, if it's possible, turn it into a full body affair, right? So I don't really know much of anything that is strictly a, if a press is strictly a upper body kind of situation. That's not typically the case. A deadlift is not strictly just, lower body. We can use, we don't have to use upper body as much there on like a deadlift situation, right? So maybe I'm full of crap. But for most things like log, for most, farmer here, the hoist that we saw, Keg Over Bar is going to be brutal. And to have Keg Over Bar after at the very end of everything, man, that's nasty, truly. All right, we're seeing Donovan in lane 4, Sandy in lane 2, and Leisha in lane 1. Leisha's off to the races here. Leisha's moving really well. You see she's got some relatively long arms there, so that is a little bit helpful in terms of, you know, having a little bit less distance to, you know, get that big pick. It looks like she's moving really quick, short, choppy steps, and I believe that's Donovan in lane 4, and he is moving very well as well. We'll see different tactics and techniques here in terms of equipment used too. And, you know, one thing that I think people don't realize either with Strongman, and especially the differences in events, if you pay attention, there are going to be, at the conclusion of this competition, there will be 6 events, right? So 6 events, and people are using different shoes almost for every event, right? Because what kind of shoe do you use for a deadlift? What kind of shoe do you use for a moving event? It's a little bit different. And come on, she's almost there. Oh! Yeah, that's going to be a great run for her. That was great. Some really impressive runs here for these athletes.
Lane 1, Shauna. Lane 2, Dan. Lane 3.
Wow, look at the enthusiasm on Kay Murphy on that floor. She is managing the floor. Kay Murphy is managing the floor for this weekend's competition and for next weekend's competition for amateur nationals, and that's quite a feat, right? Quite a feat. A lot to be in charge of, and especially to see the enthusiasm that's still there. I love to see it. And in lane 1, we're going to have Gina. Lane 2, we're going to have Shauna Cooper. Lane 3, we're going to have Dan Litz. And lane 4, we're going to have Mike. Mike's got a 530 frame, and I believe Gina and Shauna both have a 355-pound frame. And if you heard what I said about shoe choices, take a look and just peep the lineup here on the floor, right? So we see Gina, looks like she's got some J's on the feet. Shauna looks like she's got a relatively flat style shoe on. I prefer Nobles. Those are, flat for me, but seem to be something that I can move pretty well in, but it's also flat enough that, with that initial pick on the frame, almost like a deadlift, right? So I can deadlift in Nobles, but I can also move in them as well, because I'd say you don't, for most people, want something that has a ton of, cushion down at the bottom, or it's going to be squishy, because you want stability, right? So you're aiming for stability, but the ability to move as well. So
I was just clarified by James.
all right, we're getting grip set down here.
You can touch them. Okay, athletes ready? Judges ready? Go!
There we go, and Dan Litz is moving with some intensity there. He's getting it done. Mike right behind. Gina is off to the races. Shauna Cooper making some good movement there. And you'll look, and even from this just angle, you can see how wide this frame is. I am not exaggerating when I say that frame's a beast, right? The frame being a wider grip here between the handles, for our shorter athletes, that could end up being a little bit of a disadvantage in a way, because it's almost like you're doing not just a deadlift at the initial pick, but it's almost like a snatch grip deadlift. So it's definitely taxing on that upper back, not just the grip, but that upper back is really, really, getting a workout there for sure. Dan looks like he dropped there. Mike made it back to the line. Let's see if he's going to get a little bit more distance here for sure. He might make it to the line. Is he going to make it to the line, Mike? Oh, so close. So close. A beautiful run there. And so far, everybody on the floor is doing an awesome job in terms of, making sure we get some points on the board and moving that frame.
Weight change in lane 4.
Jessica Purcelli, she's going to be in lane 1. Carly Oliveira and Daniel's going to be in lane 3. And I've loved watching Jessica and Carly compete against one another. This is, one of those instances where you see two really high-level athletes that are just making each other better for sure, because, when you have direct competition, it just, makes it so much more fun. It really brings out a different version of you, because you have to rise to the occasion. So I believe that competition is one of the best ways to really find and test your limits. Oh, and check this out. Wow, that's going to be a great time for Jessica Mitchell running that frame. All right, we're getting those frames lined up, making sure the handle is set up across the line for us. And I'm excited to see Jessica and Carly go head to head here. And we'll see that, you know, them side by side in terms of frame stature. Looks like Jessica's arms may be a smidge longer. We'll see what advantages play to each other's. All right, Carly's off. She's moving really fast. Those short staccato steps looking awesome. And her transition is beautiful there, right? That was a really quick transition. And that kind of stuff can really make a difference when you have high-level athletes competing at high-level shows. Some stuff that you might not see or might not notice in a local competition. And it looked like a staggered pick on that to start coming back this way. May have slowed her down just a smidge, but not enough to knock her down at all. There we go. And she is moving. She is moving. Almost a whole distance ahead here so far. And doing a great job. Jessica is steady here. But one thing that, you know, super noticeable in terms of that transition time. Carly's really making quick work of those transitions. Oh, no. Oh. That frame almost bit back. Try to do a front flip over that one too. That one might not have ended quite as well, but beautiful run from Jessica and Carly.
Michelle Hicks, Mara Campbell, Jason Harang, Eric Neal, you're on deck.
All right, we're moving to my women's 50 plus 82 class. And we'll have Lisa in lane 1, Sherry Mitchell in lane 2. And then I believe we have my men's 40 plus 90 kilogram class. Jeremy Maples will be in lane 3, and Mike is going to be in lane 4. All right, and we're getting those distances measured. Okay, Yoni, show off. Wow, what a man. Yeah, nothing to it, guys. See, that's how it's done. Nothing to it. All right. And still looks like we're looking at a 355-pound frame and a 530-pound frame.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
All right, Jeremy is the first one with that big pick. And one thing you notice about his grip, it's almost like he has those hands almost supinated just a bit. So almost like the hands he's getting set under, really locking in and under. That can definitely be helpful there. All right, it looks like Michael has dropped on the way back. Jeremy is still moving and moving steadily and strong. Sherry Mitchell is getting some really good turnarounds here. Looks like Lisa is tapped out right there. Getting at least one good down for sure and a little bit on the way back. I think Sherry's got probably at least, let's see if she can get one full completion all the way back down. I think she can. I think she can. And she's moving very steadily, very steadily. 9 seconds left. I think she's going to cross that line, and she is, and so is Jeremy. Right on time. Way to go, guys. Right on time.
Can I please get Michelle Hicks, lane 1, Mara Campbell, lane 2, Jason Harang, lane 3, Eric Neal, lane 4. On deck are Tressa, Aaron, Bo, and Bruin.
And some people have asked me before, you know, which one's harder, or are they basically the same in terms of frame and farmers? Because obviously they're both carries and they're both, you know, testing your grip. In my opinion, I believe that, you know, everybody's different, right? But I think that frame is a little bit harder because it's just typically a heavier total distance. It's a heavier total distance, and just the way that it feels to deadlift a singular kind of item here, just like the big frame. It's a little bit harder in my opinion because it's also a set grip, right? So it's a set distance for, set grip. With farmers, you can, move the farmers in closer to you, or you can have them, further out. Typically, you want it as close as possible, but with the frame, if you're a smaller framed athlete like me, right? If you're a smaller frame, you can't really adjust the distance of where those handles are on the frame. So if it ends up being a snatch grip deadlift at the beginning, it just is a snatch grip deadlift at the beginning, and you just got to deal with it. So that's one of those things that I believe that frame is, I'm not going to say significantly, but I believe that frame is a considerable amount harder than farmers. But there is also the benefit that a frame is one piece, so there isn't typically, if you see like, a Jason Harang, you see that frame is kind of tilted forward just slightly. It's easier to manipulate, in my opinion, one kind of, one piece versus if you have two different, like a farmer's handle, if you have one that's pizzaing this way and the other is pizzaing that way, that can really, change the game on how you're supposed to approach that, right? So Michelle and Mara are both really making great ground here, and almost, it looks like Mara is right behind Michelle. And Jason's making some good ground here, and Michelle and Mara are neck and neck. Let's see who can outlast. Let's see who can hang the longest. Let's see who can make it move. And it looks like Michelle is pulling just ahead by a smidge, but I think that anybody, it could be anybody's game because of that, right? Because there goes the grip, and so Mara just bests her there, and Jason's gonna get as many steps as he can in there. Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, the frame is so unforgiving. It's brutal. It's brutal. But I've said that about every event so far, so just take my word for it that Strongman's hard. And I believe that in all the sports that I've done, I was a collegiate athlete. I played softball. As a shocker to absolutely no one, I played softball, and then I got into powerlifting. I did a little spill in bodybuilding, and now I'm doing Strongman, and truly, I think Strongman is it's the hardest of them all. Bodybuilding has its own specific challenges in terms of, just being hungry and suffering, but suffering in a different way for sure. But Strongman is a suffering of your choosing, right? It's a suffering that is, productive, I feel like, and, much more productive in terms of a long-lasting effect, because I love the idea of building strength, right? You can diet down for anything. You can diet down, but the reason why I didn't like bodybuilding is because I just didn't feel strong. And, I love Strongman because you always feel strong. Teresa, she is in lane 1 for this heat, and Aaron Williams is in lane 2. I've got Bo in lane 3 and Bruin in lane 4.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
All right. And Aaron Williams with a big pick. She's sprinting with that. She's sprinting with a 355-pound frame. Tressa right behind. Brian with a nice turnaround there. Great transition for him. Bo's made it down that 30. And Erin Williams, she's already headed back. So she is leading the field out here. Very impressive, because she is, I believe, one of our, she's like me, she's a little bit vertically challenged. So I think that it's, a little bit harder there with that wide set frame, but she is making no excuses here, and she is getting it done. Tressa is right behind. Bo is getting some movement down here. Let's see if he can get down here to the opposite end. And Bruin is off, and he's making it back. Looks like he's slowing down a little bit, but slow and steady can win the race. All you got to do is just hang on to it. And you can see that whenever, it looked like Bruin, he kind of like shifted a little bit to the side. Sometimes you're moving, and just if you get off balance by a step, if you get off balance anywhere, that frame is going to show that. That frame is not going to hide anything, any missteps, any shift in body weight in terms of where we're, if we're over midfoot or if we get on the toes. If we get on the toes, you might see, the frame shift a little bit. But one of the challenges with a frame or a farmer is where you're going to set those hands, right? So if you're getting those hands set directly in the middle of your handle, that typically is, where most people aim for. But I know that some people, dang, look at David with a nice run there. Great volunteers. I'm such a big fan of all my people, but if you get those, sometimes if the handles are wider or if the handles are longer, sometimes that can, there may be a difference or discrepancy if the handle, if you have a ton of room, you might get a little bit forward on your hand placement, and that can really change the angle of how that frame is going to move for you. So having a handle that's, I think, a little bit shorter, so you don't have a ton of room to go forward or backward with it, that's the simplest and the easiest, because if you don't have anywhere to go, you put your hand where you put your hand, and that's usually the easiest. All right, we've got Thomas in lane 4, Kirby in lane 3, Flavin in lane 2, and Kerry Chase. And Kerry's down there first, and Flavin is right behind, and Thomas is moving with some speed and intensity. Cool thing about having a 30-foot down and back drop, when I'm coaching, I like to, my heavier runs for people, if it's farmer, yoke, or frame, I like to do 25-foot runs. So that little bit shorter in terms of, 30-foot versus, say, a 40-foot or a 50-foot, it can really make a difference in terms of how long, you hold on for, especially when it gets heavier. So I think that that's a little bit of a benefit to our athletes here, having the ability to have the shorter carry in terms of that distance and doing a repick. The repicks are for sure harder, but there's pros and cons, right? Flavin and Kerry are both moving very well, and Kerry, you can see she is steady steps. Flavin with a, big transition there, and it looks like we both got a little bit of distance there, but those athletes pushed each other for sure. Kirby Lynch, strong, and then Thomas, he was moving super, super quick there. And if you guys are watching our live stream, you see just all of the moving parts here. So, when you're setting up a strongman event, when you're thinking about how to run shows, you're like, oh, I can do that. I believe that anybody can for sure, but what it takes is it takes a team. It takes a team of someone. This is, everybody has a specific role. We have different jobs. We have scribes that are running the scores. We have our judges that are doing split times. We have our volunteers that are doing the resets, right? So everybody has a job, and it takes so many hands on deck to make sure that everything moves smooth and efficiently, and super appreciative for the team that we have here. Because I believe that's one of the things that really makes shows is, it's about the environment. It's about everyone's experience, right? So if we're all having a positive experience and if things are moving well, even if your performance isn't where you want it to be, if we're having a good time and it's a positive experience, you learn something from that. So I think that the athlete's experience should always be the highest priority, right? So our volunteers, we get used and abused sometimes, but it's all worth it in the end, because like I said, all of our athletes are so very appreciative because they know how much work is put into this. And typically, your athletes that are doing the most are the athletes that have volunteered at shows before. They understand how hard things are. You're doing an awesome job. Heard, yeah. I saw your run down there. That was so good. I'm here with David Harrison. David Harrison, who I was complimenting his frame carry earlier. All right, I've got Ryan Largay. He is in lane 4, and he is sprinting with this frame, this 530-pound frame, followed closely by Sean. And just look at the upper backs on these guys. Their upper backs are screaming, right? But awesome job here by both men.
35 seconds.
All right, we got 35 seconds left. And Ryan is moving, and he is moving so very well with this.
20 seconds.
Some people have different opinions in terms of, do we want to take long strides and try to get the most distance, or do we want to take, choppy steps? I am a big fan of taking the staccato short choppy steps, right? Because with something like a frame, Sean's trying to come back for it. He's trying to come back with it. Oh, snap. What a great finish for these guys. What a great finish. And I hope Sean's okay there. That was a photo finish for sure. Sean started a little bit behind, but made up for it. Oh, man, and we're watching a replay there. Look at those calves. Look at the calves of these guys, man. Oh, dang. That was brutal. That was brutal.
You're the show right now.
Awesome job. And these athletes are laying it all on the line. They're putting their bodies to the test. And sometimes it's not even about the event specifically. It's about your body and how it's responding to the event, right? So finished the event, and he was running so fast he fell forward a little bit. I believe we got Jenna Link here while we're doing the weight changes. So Jenna is in lane 1. And come on, Jenna! She made it. She made it. Cross that line. So with Jenna here, you see what I was talking about with those steps and the step stride links. Jenna is, a relatively taller athlete. She's got, longer limbs, but you see those little steps, right? Little steps, little choppy steps, because that's going to make sure if we're taking big strides, that means that there is more distance between, obviously, foot A and foot B, but that means that you're carrying, 375 pounds on one foot. That while you're in transition with those footsteps, one foot has all of that weight, right? So we want to stay as close to our center of gravity and center of support as we possibly can. So those short, choppy steps, there's less room. That makes less room for error, right? With big steps, we can typically have big discrepancies on if that frame is moving, if it's, getting tilted forward or whatever else. So little steps. And Jenna just knocked that out. That was a 375-pound frame for her. Excellent job there. We're going to have, coming up next, Stephanie Wardrop in lane 1, Melissa Jones in lane 2, David Day in lane 3, and Lonnie Parker in lane 4. And this will be on my lanes 3 and 4. I have my men's 50-plus open category, so they have a 560-pound frame. And in my lanes 1 and 2, that's my women's 40-plus 73-kilogram class with a 375-pound frame.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
And they're off. There we go. All right, looks like Melissa Jones is creeping up there. She's going to get down there first. Stephanie not too terribly far behind. David Day looks like that grip just gave out on him. Melissa Jones moving very well. We got 40 seconds left. And Stephanie is not too far behind. And Lonnie is taking his time down there, making sure he gets a really good pick on that, the initial pick, and he's getting down there. That's one thing some athletes may struggle with, is sometimes people try to move too fast, right? And I've talked about it already with the Circus Dumbbell. Sometimes you think you have a time limit, so you have to rush, but sometimes getting it right first, taking more time initially at the start, it may pay off later in the long run, because if you try to get a quick pick and rush that start, that frame might tilt forward more, that frame might, just not move the way that you want it to if we don't have a stable base and pick to start with. So I think, I'm always a big fan of taking your time, maybe lose a second or two initially if we get it right, and then stay steady with it. And that's one thing that is also true for sure with kegs. So any type of, keg load, I feel sure that, there goes David again. But with the kegs, any type of keg carry, that's something that I was not fully aware of how challenging that is, in hand placement and just that transition. But if you take more time at the start, get that keg where you want it, get a good extension, get it higher, you may not be the first one moving, but typically you'll move a little bit faster because you're moving faster because you have the keg where you want it and set up a little bit higher versus a little lower where it's taxing more of the lower back. So just taking all these things into account and how it may be beneficial per athlete. We have Carrie in lane 1, Drew Sloan in lane 2, Chris Porter in lane 3, and Ethan Roman in lane 4.
Judges ready. Go!
And we're off. All right, Ethan's fighting that movement on the frame. He's down there. Carrie and Drew are getting down there. Moving really fast, a little of those short, choppy steps. Drew Sloan with really good transitions there, moving quick. And that's one thing where you make up some time in those 60 seconds. That's something that, the transition time, if it takes you longer to turn around and to get where you want to, if you're, I don't want to say wasting time, but if you're spending more time on that, that can be something that just eats up your energy and eats up your time, and it's not beneficial, right? So if we're going to spend time on something, we want it to be something that is beneficial to us in terms of position or making sure that it's going to put us in a better start, right? So Drew is doing a really good job there with her transitions, and she's got 6 seconds left. Let's see if she can make it towards the end. My guys here. All right. Yeehaw! And now this is a game. This is a game. This is what we like to see. All right. Kelly New's going to be in lane 1. Tasha Wolf Wheeler in lane 2. Joel Lewis lane 3. And Brian Jones in lane 4. And these are my women 40 plus in the 73 kilogram class. And on the right hand side, my men's 40 plus in the 105 kilogram class. All right. And in terms of total points, I believe from what it's looking like for my women's 40 plus 73 kilogram class, it looks like Drew, Kelly, and Tasha are my 3, 2, and 1. And Kelly and Tasha are pretty close. There's a 1 point distance between those two in terms of overall points. And so this right here, we'll see who's going to be moving quicker on that frame, who's going to get more distance here, and see if there's any, see if there's any surprises coming up for us. Okay, we see Brian Jones, and there goes Tasha and Kelly. And Tasha looks like she's moving a little bit faster here to start with. She's a little bit taller, so her strides, even the shorter choppy steps, a little bit, more distance being covered than Kelly, but definitely, and Kelly dropped there, so that's going to throw things. That's going to put a kink into plan. So if Tasha just keeps on getting some good distance here, she gets at least, 1 to 2 more, and she'll get some definitely high points here for this, and so that's going to put her in a really strong position. So let's keep it up for Tasha. She doesn't seem to be slowing down, and you see Kelly cheering her on. That's what I'm talking about, guys. That's what I'm talking about. And when I'm saying that Strongman is a community, it's a community unlike any other. You see direct competitors that are cheering for you. They are cheering for you. They want you to do well. I want to beat you, obviously, but I want to beat you on your best day, so I want you to bring it. So I love to see that. I truly love to see that, and that was an incredible run from Tasha, and yeah, that's going to get her some really great points there. And I'm just looking at their classes. We're putting in the scores now in terms of distance and the result that we got. Okay. Cool. Okay, I'll get a chair and set it beside me.
Lane 2 is going to be empty for this heat. Athletes, when you're ready, please step into the frame.
All right.
I got you.
We've got
John, what are you sniffing? Bacon bits?
some weight changes.
I sniff bacon bits. That wakes me up.
We got some weight changes coming in here in lane 4, I believe. Or either just tightening everything up.
See if you know what I'm saying. Just kidding, folks. Just kidding.
We're going to have Mickey in lane 1, John Benton in lane 3, and John Higger in lane 4. All right, and we're off. All right, and John is moving so well. John looks like this is just his normal grocery trip right here. He's moving quick. I like to see that. Very, very strong, but also very fast. And John Hager, he's doing a great job here too. I believe that Circus Dumbbell bit him earlier, and that was his blood that was, getting cleaned up earlier. So that's That's a champion mentality right there. Got his head taped up and everything, and he's still moving and grooving with this 560-pound frame. So that is excellent job there. All right, John is moving. John is moving. Both Johns, John and John. Oh no! All right, John Benton. John Benton. That was a beautiful, beautiful escape there from the frame. Just moving so fast. Sometimes your body can't keep up.
I know you did that because you saw Lance with his camera right over there. You're like,
Yeah.
that's going to be a great
The drama. The drama.
Can I please get Kristen lane 1? Kindwin and
All right, we're going to have Kristen McCarthy in lane 1 and Sinawin Chavez in lane 2, Dan Morris in lane 3, and Will Hobbs in lane 4.
Lucas Zink. I love how y'all are all watching her for the measurement. Steady, steady, lift. Y'all are so gentle with the frame. Dan, did you see how gentle they were with that frame? Superb work, superb. All right, athletes ready to step in. Grab the handles when I know you're ready. All right, athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
All right. Here we go, and everyone's moving pretty well. Looks like Will is first to that line.
All in finishing the first.
His picks are looking super clean there, pretty clean transition.
45 seconds to go.
Sinwin is moving very well as well. And Kristen, pretty good transition there.
Kristen McCarthy and
All right.
Chavez
Will is doing the most for sure.
taking a slight lead.
And you'll see everyone, you see the spirit fingers, right? Like, that is not part of the event. That is just one of those things that is you typically see because their hands are screaming, just like everyone yesterday after the hoist with, you know, hands on the rope. It's just a little bit challenging there for sure.
3, 2, 1, time. I have weight changes in 1 and 2. I need. So sorry.
Are you talking to me?
I have Carrie Ann
Yeah.
and Davis in lane 1.
They'll tell us what to
Lane
do.
2.
They'll tell us what to do. I'm not sure yet. What's your government name? What's your government name? What? Ryan Martin. I'll make sure I didn't butcher too bad. All right, so I have been blessed with the opportunity to talk to Ryan Largay. They've finally given me somebody to talk to today. So you're my first athlete that I'm going to be interviewing. So how do you feel like, what's your, as of all the events that you completed so far, what has been the most challenging one for you?
Oh, I think that just that last event, we both, me and Sean went right to the end.
Yeah.
And we're both dead after, and I'm still breathing heavy. For me, that was the hardest. I really enjoyed the deadlift and the press off the blocks. First time I got to do it in competition, but
Yeah.
it wasn't as taxing as
sure.
what I just did.
I feel like this is so brutal because not only is it, max distance, but you have to pick it so many times, right?
Oh my
so
God,
drop,
yeah.
drop, pick, right?
It's a big difference when you have to pick it up so many times.
Yeah, because it's basically just now it's a deadlift event as well, right?
Yeah. And then Sean pushed me, and I think we ended up getting the same amount of distance, but without him behind me, I would have given up halfway through.
Oh, yeah, and that's one thing I was talking about, too, is just the competition can bring out a total difference in you,
Yeah.
So your press-off blocks yesterday, what did you finish with?
I got 300 on my second attempt, which was ended up winning it, too, so I didn't have to go for third or fourth.
Awesome.
So it saved me some there. Same with the dumbbell today. I had to get 3 to win, and I did, and I just stopped, so.
So how many of our events so far, how many of them have you won so far?
I just tied. Me and Sean tied for first on this last event. I won the deadlift. and the both presses, dumbbell and overhead block
Awesome
press.
job. Way to go, dude. And how do you feel about kegs coming up?
If I recover, I'll be okay. But
When you recover. When
I recover, hopefully it's in time.
Oh, absolutely.
But I feel like it usually is a good event. It's just depending on how I feel.
All right. And so what do you typically do in terms of, such a quick turnaround? How do you recover?
I try to get some sugar in me first thing, hydrate and get some sugar in me to replenish all that stuff. But and then I just would do some static stretching until I have to get warm again. Then I'll do some dynamic stretching and stuff, get back into it. But
awesome. Cool. I mean, because there's not much you can do with a quick turnaround like this. So
yeah,
this is...
You got to... I like to take a couple minutes just to chill out, too, and just sit back and...
Yeah, decompress, right? Yeah. Decompress, because it's like once you're in there, you can turn that brain on, but then you have to kind of cool back down or you're going to, blow your load completely.
Oh.
You blow your load yesterday, right?
Yeah, yep.
All right. Well, I'll let you get back to recovering and getting right.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Here's to an event win on kegs for you coming up. So don't let me down.
Thank you. You're doing a great job now.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And that was Ryan for us. Thanks, huh, man? Okay. I didn't know how long, but that just, okay. Whatever's natural. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, so anybody that is tuning in on our live stream, we're going to try to be getting a couple more athletes to talk to today, and Ryan has been an absolute standout for us, and like you said, he's pretty much finished at the top, or finished at the top for all the events so far, and just you heard him even just still trying to catch his breath, trying to, recover as well as possible. And it's crazy to think about just such a short turnaround on this, and just at the end of the day, our athletes that do the best are typically the ones that are just can turn it on. They have a different gear because all of their bodies hurt. I mean, these are masters athletes. Their bodies hurt just normally on a regular basis, right? So we're I'm impressed, just by these athletes, their tenacity here. And moving back to what we got going on the floor, I've got Alex in lane 3, and I have Mark Clevenger in lane 4. And it looks like Mark is off to the races here. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, looks like seeing something here. Yeah, so we see, oh, no, Alex is down for the count. We're getting that belt off of him. Mark is still moving and grooving. We got a soft belt and then a hard belt over top. And I told you guys when I was talking to Ryan, I told you that deadlift part, in terms of the pick, repick, it's brutal. It's unforgiving. And not only is this, it's actually, we remeasured whatnot. We taped down all of our, our tape yesterday for making our lanes. And it ended up being our frame that we made was 34 or 32. Oh, he looks like he's a little woozy. Somebody catch that man. Somebody catch Mark. Awesome job, Mark. And I don't know if you guys heard him. He came over here, and he was pretty amped about that. I would be, too, because now that means the hardest part of the day is over with, because I think that this frame, I believe this is the most brutal event of all of them for sure. And so if I was to say that there's one that's just the hardest to recover from, it's probably this. Because not only are you're moving for 60 seconds. I don't know, it seems like 60 seconds. That's, you can do anything for 60 seconds, but to move something this heavy, this is heavy cardio, okay, guys? So don't get it twisted. This is basically heavy CrossFit. All right, and what we're going to see up next, we're going to see Jackie Wood in lane 1, Stan Cantor in lane 3, and John Dole in lane 4. And our men's 40 plus 105, that's a 160 frame still. And then my women's 40 plus 82 kilogram class, I've got a 400 pound frame.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
All right, and John is moving. John's moving so fast, he's making Katie sprint down to that other end just to make sure we got them times correct. And you'll see that that frame is moving a little bit on John, making it a little bit harder for him, but he is not fazed by it, not even a little bit. That's, that's strength and that's total control there too.
Come on, Stan.
And you'll see if you look and you're zooming in on that, we've got the, you know, the grip, how he's got, you know, his hands almost set under hard for sure.
15 seconds.
All right, Standing John, sprinting to that finish. Oh, and let's see who's gonna get some. Oh, wow. And it looked like Stan got him by an inch or two, man, but that's crazy. That's crazy, and that's what I'm talking about. Transition times, right? If we can make quicker transitions, then that inch or two that we got just in time, that's it. You know, that's it. That it makes a difference. Everything makes a difference at these high-level shows with these high-level athletes. Every little bit makes a difference. And something that you might be able to get away with, quote unquote, at the local level, you might not be able to get away with at a high level show, right? So not only is strongman about getting stronger, but it's about becoming more, you know, efficient in terms of how you're moving, becoming more efficient with your technique, and just all of the above. And if you're taking a look at these frames, we see them on the screen. These frames, you know, are custom made. You'll see that a lot of times frames are very, very unique to the competition and to the show, or to, you know, whoever the promoter is. Frames are all very, very different. So there's not really, you can train, once again, you can train on, you know, you can train on a frame that, you know, you have at your gym or that you've created. Or sometimes people have farmers that have attachments where you can add the attachment in the middle to make two separate farmers handles. You can pretty much put an attachment together to make them one whole piece. But everything is going to be individual to the show that you're doing. So it's one of those things that you train and prepare as well as you can. But ultimately on the day, the distance, the grip width, how it feels is going to be unique per show. So a little bit of athleticism and adjustment that is required for that. We've got Trisha Eddington in lane 1, Susanna Rayburn in lane 2, and having weight changes in lane 3 and 4. So Susanna is moving, and she's, oh no, she was hooked in, and then we had a little bit of a slip, so she made it probably, it looks like maybe a little more than halfway down the field. Trisha is struggling to break that frame from the ground here to start, and that is a 400-pound frame now. So this is a 400-pound deadlift at the very beginning, and this is so taxing on these athletes. You'll see that she is continuing to give her very best and to make this thing move. And Susanna is right there cheering her on. With one of my athletes that we were prepping for, you know, a show a couple years back, the frame that she was going to be running was, you know, it exceeded her capabilities at the time in terms of, you know, what we would be able to carry for, I believe, you know, 50 foot or 40 foot, whatever it was. So what we prepared for, what we kind of trained for, I was like, listen, you're just going to have to deadlift it. You're going to have to deadlift it as many times as you possibly can, because this was an unlimited drop situation. So what we did with her is we trained her and prepared her that she just would deadlift it and try to get a step every single time. Deadlift and try to get, you know, shimmy. And we ended up getting pretty high points because a lot of people ended up zeroing that event in that competition. So sometimes you just play to your strengths and figure out what you got to do to get there. So we've got Charisse in lane 2 and Kat Walsh in lane 1, Jason Swanson lane 3, and Nick Umble in lane 4. Looks like Jason's got a drop there, so he is out, and Nick is moving really well. It looks like, based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like Nick's going to keep going for these 60 seconds until that clock runs out. Charisse is taking her time down here at the opposite end, and Kat Walsh is making her way back to that 30-foot mark. Oh, yeah. And Cher is doing great steps there, great small steps, getting there. And Nick is sprinting still. This is casual for him, and that's a 590-pound frame. So this is a 590-pound deadlift every single time he's repicking this. All right, Charisse, let's see if she can make it across the line. She's so close. Oh, so close. And she just, you know, got a good time there, got some good distance. So close to the opposite end. And her and Kat both finishing really well on that. Beautiful job from Nick. Ran it all the way until that timer went out. So I believe that's how you do a max distance for sure. We're changing the weight in lane 1 and lane 2, and I'll have in lane 3 and 4 Terrell Young and Chad Shannon. I just want to shout out my guys in lane 2 because what they just did on the screen was incredible. A two-man frame carry for sure. Just, it is harder than you think it is, and especially if you've done it 1,200 times on the day, right? So carrying that frame with two people is a little bit challenging for sure. All right, we got Terrell Young. He's making some moves here, and Chad Shannon. This 590-pound frame, and Chad definitely, got the wingspan here. He's got the wingspan to get a good pick here, and he's just making quick work of this. Big Georgia Terrell, he is doing a great job. Looks like those hands are hanging on. And you'll hear some of our athletes, you'll hear some, vocal stems, I believe, because, man, sometimes you just got to growl at it. Sometimes you got to growl at it and show it who's boss. Or maybe they're growling at their hands, too, because how dare you fail me? Chad Shannon said that's all for the day. That's all he needed to do. And you'll see the walk-off for a lot of these athletes, too. Man, I just got worked, the walk-off. If you know, you know. If you don't, work harder. Coming up next, we're going to have Megan Deely in lane 1, and I got Nico in lane 3, and Patrick Peterson in lane 4. Mohawk Man, lane 4. And this will be for my women's 40-plus open class. This is a 425-pound frame. And then for my men's 40-plus open class, and like we said, a 590-pound frame. And, not to play this game, right? The comparison game, but that's not for the women, that's 100, and math is hard, but 165-pound difference in terms of the frame weight, and that's not a giant discrepancy there for men versus women, both in the 40-plus open category. So obviously I'm a little bit partial, but these Masters women are truly incredible, and just showing you what is capable and what our bodies can do for sure. Nico is down there way before anyone else. Looks like Megan Deely, those hands failed her today, but she definitely made it. She made it out the gate. She got probably, looks like halfway there, so she'll get some distance marked down for that. And Patrick Peterson, he is doing a good job. He's making quick work.
30 seconds to go.
Nico, he's got a Cerberus support belt on.
25 seconds.
And if you guys are noticing on these frames, the weights that we have loaded and the weights that we were using for the majority of our competition have been from weighted out. So these are those really thin plates, and I believe that they market themselves as the thinnest plates on the market. They're really, really cool. Really cool plates, and really compact in a way, right? Not quite like kilos. They're easier to handle as well because they do have handholds, and they make it a little bit easier. So I think just moving them, transporting them, and loading them is a little bit easier. So weighted out, they're one of our sponsors for today, and I believe they sponsor a lot of our Strongman Core shows, but they're one of our sponsors, and those are the weights that we are going to be using here today, and pretty much anything that you see across the board for us. Skull Smash Ammonia is another one of our sponsors that I just want to give a little shout out to, Skull Smash Ammonia, so make sure you're checking them out. There's probably a promo code online somewhere to get a discount. I've got Colleen that's going to be in lane 1, and Caroline is in lane 2, Noelle Vaza in lane 3, and Joseph Nielsen in lane 4. Yeah, y'all better be glad I'm holding Caroline back because she is ready to rock. Love this energy. Love this energy. And you guys, I just want to remind you that, you know, attitude, all that, it's always in your control, right? So you see these women just having fun. You see smiles on their faces, even despite how their bodies feel, right? But remember that we're doing this for fun, and attitude is always 100% in your control. So if your body hurts, if you're, you know, not doing as well as you want to, guess what? That's okay, because you can still have a really good time. You can still really, you know, learn some things here, and if you have a good attitude about it, it's probably going to make it a little bit better versus if you're, you know, really sour about it and pouty. That's not going to help, you know, for you or anyone else. So, all right, we're at the line and we're ready to rock. Noelle is out the gate first, and Joseph is coming right behind. Looks like Joseph's got some, like a flat wrestling style shoe there. I like that. Like that. We see Noelle has got some high socks, maybe some compression socks too. And Caroline, we've got a drop there, so she's made it her distance. Colleen is still moving and grooving. She's taking her time. And we're halfway there on time, 30 seconds to go. Noelle looks like he's picked up the pace here. And that's one thing we talk about with farmers with frame is, you know, well, the faster you move with it, the less time that you have to do it. So it's over with, you know, it's over with. It feels like it's over with quicker if you move a little bit faster. So that's a good motivation to get it done, right? 9 seconds left to go, and let's see. Noelle is not going to quit there. He's going to get some distance here. I like that. Go into that buzzer. Go into that buzzer. Go into those hands give out. So he did that there completely. Coming up next, I'm going to have Laura Lund in lane 1, Jennifer Ash in lane 2, George Lucido in lane 3, and John Whitlow in lane 4.
Please step into the frame to let me know you're ready. George, you can wait.
All right.
That was awkward.
All right, and I'm excited to watch Jen here. This is one of my athletes. She's always having a good time. She's always having a good time, and I think she's going to nail this. She carries a lot of groceries in for sure, so looks like George is off out the gate. All right. And Jen's little paws look like they might have had enough on the day, but she's there and she's going to encourage her girl Laura, so I love to see that. Makes my heart happy. All right, and Laura is still moving, getting good reps here, and Jen is right there in her ear.
Laura was almost completing her first lap.
George is going. Let's go, Texas. Come on, get across that line.
George, you got 15 seconds. Let's go, big boy.
Come on, George. He's got 15 seconds. Let's see him move a little bit more. Let's get a little bit more. That's a big pick. That's a big pick. One more. Come on, George. Come on, George. Okay. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Can I please get Lindsay, lane 1, Rebecca, lane 2, Justin Brenda, lane 3, Jason, lane 4.
And one thing about George as well, on Instagram, he's, you know, he talks about his, you know, dealings with arthritis, and so it's psoriatic arthritis, and so he is, you know, quite a trooper, and just that's one thing that not even just being a masters athlete, but also dealing with, you know, different conditions. It just shows, you know, people that you aren't really confined by a diagnosis or anything else. That's something that, you know, you can work around, or you can just be aware of and just adjust as possible. But I know that he is in a significant amount of pain, probably oftentimes, right? But he's fighting through that and really putting on a giant show here. And so don't ever be, you know, discouraged by things that are outside of your control. We control what we can control, and we show up as best as we can regardless. So he is someone that does that completely and shows up always in his best form. So really awesome to be watching him compete. We've got Lindsay in lane 1, Rebecca in lane 2, Justin in lane 3, and Jason in lane 4. And that, you see the disappointment in Justin. You see that disappointment. I told you that sometimes what happens with these big guys, just, you know, the power is there, but maybe there's just a little misstep or a little grip slip. And, oh man, that's hurtful, disrespectful, that hurts, that mean frame. And look at him, what a gentleman. He even carried the frame back to the start for, you know, our volunteers. So appreciate that. Know that he had a ton more in him, but just a little mishap there. And that's, you know, potentially going to, you know, mix up that point spread just a little bit. But really great job from Jason, and with Rebecca just finishing until that buzzer. Let's see if Rebecca can get there. Oh yeah, she's going to get there with plenty of time to spare. We got a couple seconds left. Let's see what we do. She's got a couple seconds left. Boom. And it may seem, you know, it may seem frivolous to some people. It may seem, you know, like, well, why? She only had like 5 seconds. Why repick and, you know, just move it a couple more inches? Well, you know, those couple of inches, they might make a difference in terms of points. That might be just, you know, just like you saw yesterday with the times and split times and everything. Tenths of a point matter. Tenths of seconds matter, you know. So these athletes that, you know, they're just willing to go until that buzzer. So respect that. Respect that regardless of, even if it doesn't make a difference in terms of points and outcome. It's admirable, in my opinion, just to see someone that's willing to keep working for it. All right, I got Corey Tilbrook in lane 1, Jenny Morris in lane 2, Kamal Carmen in lane 3, and Scott Bloom in lane 4.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
All right, and we're off. And looks like Scott's making some good strides, good work here. Kamal, good turnaround, good transition for him, and he looks like he turned the speed on, he turned on the turbo boosters. Pressing a NOS button, here we go. Really awesome job there, Kamal. All right, looks like Corey's had enough there. Jenny Morris, she is moving and going very steady there. We got 20 seconds left to go. Let's see if Kamal can get down here at the end. Let's see if he can get another full round. I think he can. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And you see Jessica encouraging him to pick it up one more time. Pick it up one more time and get a couple. Oh, yeah. And way to go there. He only had a couple seconds left, but he definitely made the most of those couple seconds. He almost got to halfway back down the field. So that's going to pay off for him for sure, I feel, in terms of, you know, points and how things work out.
Raquel, lane 1, Rachel, lane 2, Ryan, lane 3, Jonathan, lane 4.
All right, we got Raquel Waddles in lane 1, Rachel in lane 2, Ryan Allen in lane 3, and Jonathan Wimberly in lane 4.
To set those up, relax, get to know each other. You know. Think about lunch. For anybody that's curious, I do take brides. I have no impact on the score, but I'm happy to take brides in the form of snacks. Athletes, please step into the frame. Can y'all even fit? Athletes ready. Judges ready.
All right.
Go!
Okay, and Rachel is moving and grooving. I see Ryan and Jonathan all moving. And even in terms of, differences in stride lengths and speeds, everyone's getting down there at, roughly similar times, right? And that's when we see just those transitions. If we were making quicker transitions, that might make a difference in terms of, how much ground we can cover there. But really awesome job. Rachel is doing incredible here. Raquel is steady. She's been an athlete that has impressed me this entire time with every event I've seen her do. 22 seconds left to go. Jonathan Wimberly using that massive back of his to carry the weight of the world for the most part. 590 pounds on that frame. There you go. And we see Rachel get a little bit more on that pick, on that distance. Really good job.
Lindsay Hall, Leilani Brown, you're on deck.
Right through those doors. I know, dude. And then if that's full, the stairs go up the stairs. Great man.
All right. And we got some Don't Stop Believin' playing in the background, so making sure that our music is on theme for these Masters athletes, right? Don't Stop Believin'. We're almost there. We've almost made it through our frame carry event, and then we'll be moving on to our last event of the day, which is also our last event of the competition, and that will be the Keg Over Bar. And that's going to be super, super fun to watch for sure. All right. Michael Smith and Ronnie in lane 3 and 4. And then I've got Michelle Johnston in lane 1. Shauna Russell in lane 2.
Ready, go!
All right, Michael Smith. Michael Smith is moving. Great transition. Quick turnaround there.
Keep up with right here.
Oh, man.
Michael Smith's got the lead in his heat, but
Michael Smith is making Jessica run because he is straight sprinting with that 590-pound frame. Okay, looks like Michelle might have got a little drop there, so she is out. Shauna Russell is still getting it done. There we go. Great steps there, honestly. She's got, a little bit of a stride length there too, but Shauna is moving it super well. Ronnie's doing a good job. He's making sure he's getting there. Covering some ground. We got 9 seconds left, so let's see how far Michael can go in these 9 seconds.
3, 2, 1, time. We are done with lane.
And I love our live stream. I love our crew because you get to see these moments afterwards, after we've completed this event, right? And it's just the little bit of dissociation mixed with, holy crap, that was hard, right? You get to see the true faces and all the emotions of our athletes as well, because not only is it about, in competition, but it's also how are we responding and reacting afterwards too, right? Because it's so much. There's so much effort, and we can see kind of, sometimes you see athletes fade, right? You see the energy high at the start, and then we can see just sometimes the soul slip away as the day goes on. But all of our athletes have, been really incredible and just keeping that energy high in the back. So we see Leilani Brown. She's one of the, best ones there in terms of, energy and making sure that we're showing up, smile on, ready to go, and just bringing it, right? So let's see her and Lindsay Hall going head to head here. I believe they're going to be the only ones in lane 1 and 2, and they may be one of our last runs on our frame, if I'm not mistaken.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
Yep. Got confirmation that this is our last run on the frame for the day. Oh, wow. Leilani is making some quick transitions here. That's nice. That's nice. She's moving fast. Oh, she's moving so fast.
40 seconds to go.
All right. Come on, Leilani. I'm looking at the scores. I'm looking to see what she needs, and we'll see if she can get it here because she is moving. 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds to go, and she's already gotten down, back, down, back, down, back. Wow, okay.
20 seconds to go.
I believe Shauna Russell got 5 completed in terms of down, back, down, back. So let's see where she ends up. Rachel got 5 plus some too, 5 and a little bit. Let's see Leilani. Oh no.
2, 1, time.
I'm not positive on that, but we'll see where we all stack up. I believe we'll probably be going through checking out scores for this event in just a smidge. So we'll see where everyone stacks up in just a second here. And that concludes our frame carry event. 10-4. Just got confirmation that we're getting those scores in, and I'll be going through those for you guys in just a second, hopefully. All right, and so our volunteers and everybody we're clearing out the frame, getting it moved, and we will be setting up for Keg Over Bar. And with Keg Over Bar, that's going to require, we put together these uprights, these yoke uprights. We put those together yesterday, so we're going to have them load over the bar, over that crossbar of, extended yoke. So that's what this is going to look like. We've got the scores up. All right, so for this event, women's 40 plus 64 kilogram class, Jessica Purcelli bested, that's plot twist. Yeah, I'll say y'all lied to me. They lied to me a little bit. We put our dumbbell scores up first, so plot twist. Roll that beautiful beam footage. Waiting for my frame scores. But I'll tell you guys a little bit more about Keg while we're making sure we get those scores. But we've got the uprights and the crossbars. We set those up, so we've got those, and we'll have those setting on the side. So where our athletes are going to be doing that Keg Over Bar, those are going to be our bar setups with uprights. It's like an extended yoke kind of setup. But we got those set up, and we're got the kegs laid out. Okay, so looks like it might take us just a second to get those scores in for our athletes. I did get confirmation, though, for myself. I believe that Leilani got, I think she bested Rachel by just a smidge. And the difference, she got 5 completed, distances. And I believe in terms of total feet afterwards, the last little bit, right, the extra feet, Leilani got 10 extra feet and Rachel got 7. So that is the difference in terms of going just a little more. That's 3 feet. All right. My score should be coming up here shortly. There we go. Frame carry for max distance. So this is scores for that event specifically, not overall. In the women's 40 plus 64 category, Carly Oliveira knocked this out, and so she finished in first. Jessica Purcelli finished in second with 186. And so Gina got third, Leisha in fourth, Shauna in fifth, Sandy in sixth, and Brooke with 13 foot. And then women's 40 plus 73 kilogram class, you guys can read the result there, but you see Drew Sloan finished in first, Carrie in second, Tasha Wolf-Whelan in third, and Melissa Jones in fourth, Stephanie Wardrop in fifth, Jenna Link in sixth, and Kelly New in seventh. So that looks a little bit different in terms of how those scores did previously look. So that we'll see how that point spread plays out. And for my women's 40 plus 82 kilogram class, Charisse, so Big Florida finished in first, and Kat Walsh, she finished in second. Susanna Rayburn finished in third, and then Jackie and Trisha both had a little bit of a hard time with that frame. My women's 40 plus open category, Leilani Brown. I told you guys, Leilani Brown bested Rachel by just a smidge. So Rachel's in second, Shauna finished in third, Jenny Morse in fourth, and tied with Raquel Waddles. Lindsay Hall also tied there, Rebecca Gitman in seventh, Corey Tilbrook in eighth, Laura Lund in ninth, and Michelle Johnson in 10th. And so you see that tie for fourth place. I believe that was, a set back and forth distances, right? So not going, not making it a little bit extra distance. So it might have made a difference. Women's 40 plus open category. Okay, we finished up. Colleen was in 11th, Lindsay was in 12th, Caroline in 13th, Megan Dealey in 14th, and Jennifer Ash in 15th. Women's 50 plus 64 category. Joanne Hagedorn, she finished first. Julie Wolf, she finished in second, and Leslie Nickman, she also tied for second with Julie. So a tie for second place with them. Women's 50 plus 82 kilogram class. Carrie Chase finished in first. Flavin Butler in second. Teresa in third. Erin Williams in fourth. Mara Campbell in fifth. Michelle Hicks sixth. Sherry Mitchell in 7th, and Lisa in 8th. Also quite impressive that we have 8 athletes for our women's 50 plus 82 kilogram class. That's awesome. For our women's 50 plus open category, T. York representing Florida again. T. York finished in first, followed by Kristen McCarthy in second. Cinwin Chavez, she finished in third. Carrie Ann Davis in fourth, and then Mickey and Kelly Bolton. Kelly Bolton is out. We found out that she does have a dislocated shoulder, so that is what we found out there. So she is out. So both of them did zeroed for that event. All right, so that is the last of the women for our frame, and now we're going to be updating those men's scores, and this is for our frame carry event. Men's 40 plus 105 kilogram class, Stan Cantor, he finished in first, followed by John Dole, Michael Toomey in third, Lucas and Mark both tied for fourth, John Benton in 6th, Dan Morris in 7th, John Hager in 8th, Will Hobbs in 9th, and Alec Dunseth in 10th. And I know there's a ton of athletes in that class. So finishing up with men's 40 plus 105s, Brian Jones in 11th and Joel Lewis in 12th. Men's 40 plus 80 kilogram weight class, we have Justin Height in first. Justin and Juvie both tied for first, actually. So Adam Lipson in third and Michael Sidwell in fourth. Men's 40 plus 90 kilogram weight class, Sean Doherty finished in first finished in first with Ryan Largay, who we talked to earlier. Third place is Thomas, and fourth place Kirby Lynch, fifth place Bruin Tavares. 6th place, Jason Narong. 7th place, Jeremy Maples. 8th place, Bo Four. 9th place, Michael Mansky. And 10th place, Eric Nill. And then Daniel did not get anywhere on the frame, so he finished in 11th. Thanks, babe. Men's 40 plus open category, so this was quite a fun one. We had Nick Umble, he finished in first. Michael Smith in second. Kamal Carmen, he has been doing a standout job. He finished in third. Jonathan Wimberly in fourth. Nico in fifth. Ronnie in sixth. Noel in seventh. Chad Shannon in eighth. Chad and Jason tied. Chad, Jason, and Ryan all tied for eighth. Patrick Peterson, so this is men's 40 as well. Patrick Peterson in 11th, George Lucido in 12th, Scott Bloom in 13th, 14th, we got Joseph Nielsen, 15th, Terrell Young, 16th, Jason Swanson, 17th, John Whitlow, and 18th, Justin Brindle. For my men's 50 plus 105 class, Mike Monarch, he finished in first, followed by Dan Litz in second, Donovan Raskin in third, and Randall Johnson is finished fourth, and he is out, so unsure, maybe due to an injury there. Men's 50 plus 90 kilogram weight class, Russell is first, and Tom Taylor finished in second. with 96-foot and 64-foot respectively. Men's 50-plus open category, Chris Porter finished in first, Ephraim Roman in second, Lonnie Parker in third, and David Day in fourth. All right, awesome. Okay, guys, so that concludes our max distance frame carry event, and we're going to be moving right along to our Keg Over Bar in just a second, in about 30 minutes. So we'll talk to you soon, and get money.
Crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45?
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
That was awesome.
Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my work. What does it say? One guy says a crane 100.
that was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it. So
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here. You know, a lot of them been competing 9,
How about
10.
this guy? You have a 3-time champ.
crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw. Just putting his stamp on the day. The next day as opposed to just competing on one day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
That was awesome. Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my work. What does it say? Bar says a cray in 100.
that was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it. So
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here. You know, a lot of them been competing 9,
How about
10.
this guy? You have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. Make the next day as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
So
how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
You have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You gotta get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
So
how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
You have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You gotta get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
This guy, you have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw. Just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
That was awesome.
Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my weight. What does it say? Everybody says a cray in 100.
that was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it, so
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
This guy, you have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
That was awesome. Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my weight. What does it say? Everybody says it's praying 100.
that was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it. So
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here. You know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
You have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely.
That was awesome.
Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my work. What does it say? Bar says it's probably in 100. That was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it. So
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here. You know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
This guy, you have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You gotta get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45?
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we manage the days individually. Absolutely.
All right, and we are back at our Masters competition, and we are about to start our last event of the competition. This will be the Keg Over Bar for Reps event, so I'm excited to see that, and this is the Build Fast Formula Keg Over Bar event. So Build Fast Formula is sponsoring this event, and you'll see all of our kegs. We have them laid out, and these athletes are going to be loading these kegs over a bar, and depending on what class you're in, that depends on how high that bar is, but I believe the spread is anywhere between 44 and 50 inches. So with this, you're allowed, I believe you can wear a grip shirt, you can wear spray tacky, but there is no actual tacky or anything of that sort. So I believe we're about to get started here. I see Julie Wolf is coming in for lane 1. Tom Taylor is going to be in lane 3, and Russell is going to be in lane 4. And so you'll see these, we have, like what I was talking about earlier, you have these, crossbars set up for our athletes to load these kegs over the bar. And we have the ab mats, for the return on the way back. And these athletes are going to be putting these kegs over the bar as many times as they can within the time limit. And this is, just to remind you guys or anybody that is just now tuning in, this is after the frame carry event, and the frame carry was a frame for max distance. So frame carry event, and we had the Circus Dumbbell earlier this morning. So we have gotten through 2 events for our men and our women today, and it's only 1:10 p.m. So over here in Vegas time. Athletes are ready, and we're getting ready to get started. All right, and Julie is getting with that keg. She's getting it loaded up over the bar. And the cool thing about these mats is they help, in terms of return and rolling it back for us. So Julie is lifting a 155-pound keg over a 44-inch bar, and my men over here, Tom and Russell, are loading a 250-pound keg over a 48-inch bar. And so you'll see Julie is, her technique is all very different for, a lot of things, obviously, but Julie is really, she's long arm pulling that keg in like a deadlift, getting those hands shifted, and she's got a really nice transition extension there. You'll see you throwing a leg up by any means necessary. We figure out how we can get that keg over the bar. All right, let's see if Tom and Russell can get another rep out of this. Oh yeah, and Russell's got some good explosiveness. All right, and so that's a great start for this event for us. These athletes definitely got some good reps on the board, and the good news for them, they are done. These athletes are done. So, you know, this is this 6 grueling events, and these athletes have shown up incredibly well. Now they finally can earn their rest and take a nap, do what they need to do, go into hibernation. Or some people, you know, we're in Vegas, we're at the Westgate Hotel, so some of these athletes, hey, they might be going out on the town. They've earned it for sure. All right, we've got Leslie Nickman, lane 1. Joanne is in lane 2. Michael Sidwell is in lane 3. And Justin Height in lane 4. All right. And so one thing that I talked about a little bit earlier was, you know, just I think keg is tricky, right? You'll see Leslie over here. Yeah, struggled a little bit to get that first rep over, but she got her hands adjusted, and I think that hand placement is something that plays a role in, you know, keg over bar or keg carries. It's the hand placement that is the trickiest part of it, right? Because figuring out where to put that secondary hand, you know, when you do a pick, you see Michael Sidwell here, we have the, you know, right hand is where we're leaning into, and then that left hand is where we have to transition. So where you roll and then catch, watch and just into it. Yes, roll and catch, and then that's going to be helpful as we pull that keg into us and extend. And so with an extension here, that is, you know, 250-pound keg, and we're having to extend with that keg, get up as high as we possibly can to load that keg over the bar, right? And we'll see Leslie, Leslie finished that keg. I'm not sure if that one's going to count for us, but man, she went into the buzzer. She gave it her absolute best, and she knocked that out. So really good work there. My first true experience with the keg over bar was I had the ability and the opportunity to catch kegs for some of the athletes at the Arnold Invitational earlier this year, which seems like decades ago, but I had the opportunity to catch kegs for some of the open heavyweight women and some of the middleweight women, and it was an incredible experience. But that was truly one of my first experiences even handling kegs, and it was It's surprising how heavy those kegs can be, because it's relatively misleading. You look at them, it's kind of like a Circus Dumbbell, and you can't tell how heavy they are, but you can surely feel it. And so we've got height changes on lane 1 and 2, and Juby Gonzalez and Adam Lifson in lanes 3 and 4. We'll see Adam's got some gloves on there, and sometimes that can be helpful with kegs. Because in case that, you know, the kegs are slippery, it is, you know, the metal surface, right? But in case kegs are slippery, or if there's, you know, water filled, anything, that can be helpful to stop any of that. Juby's got those hands under low, and so sometimes those lower hand placement, that can be helpful because it gives you more room to get a higher extension. But on the opposite end of that, it also can be a little bit more challenging because, you know, I feel that when I get my hands a little bit lower, it's harder. It's a little bit more bicep-y, right? So Adam has got, you know, he's got the technique. He got it nailed. Giant extension on that. Beautiful load. And just these athletes have been put through the gauntlet all, you know, for the past 2 days. So this is our last event, and this is where we're really going to see, you know, if there's any kind of, we do have several instances in different classes where, you know, there's not a huge difference in terms of point spread, right? So this could be the event that, you know, makes or breaks. It could be the event that changes placements around, right? So a lot of times it does come down to that last event, and unfortunately, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, if that last event is something that is not your favorite, or if it's something that, you know, maybe you're not the best at, that's something that can be a challenge, but you have to show up for every single event. So cool thing about Strongman is with it being so many events, you know, even to win, you don't necessarily have to win any events, right? You can just place steadily in all the events, or maybe, you know, score in the top for sure. Score in the top, and that could be, you know, you might not have to win all the events. Depending on how others do and how others place, you can win a show and not win any events. All right, we've got Brooke Reno in lane 1, and she is fighting with these kegs. This is a 155-pound keg. She's going to be loading up to that 46 inches here.
You got 18 seconds. good? Okay. Brooks, come on in.
Yeah, and she looks like she's limping off just a smidge, so
Can I please get
hoping that she's doing all right.
lane 1, Sandy Caruco, lane 2, Donovan Ruscon, lane 3. There is no athlete in lane 4.
All right. We've got our next athletes coming up.
Please put your arms on the bar to let me know you are ready. Athletes ready.
We've got Leisha in lane 1, Sandy in lane 2, and Donovan in lane 3. Donovan with the big pick here. Big pick pulling it in. He's walking up a little bit closer to the bar as well. Oh no, that's hate to see that. Looks like he walked up just a little bit because I think when he initially got the keg in his hands, it looked like he might have been a little further away, and so that can be a challenge sometimes because if you time your extension and you're just a little bit further, like you saw, he clipped that bar just a smidge, so it makes it a little bit harder. Leisha over here, she's making short work of these kegs, big long arms, quick on the transition with the hands and big extension, and she's a taller athlete, so for her loading over a 46, once she gets that keg, keeps it close, she doesn't even truly have to do a ton of extension or even get that keg up super high like little shorties like me, right? She's just get the keg up, pull it a little bit higher, and then she's tall enough that she can just throw it over that bar without even getting on her toes. So awesome job between her and Sandy there. And these are in my women in my 64 kilogram class. This class of absolute killers for sure. All right, and I believe we're going to have Shauna Cooper in lane 1, Gina Crivetti in lane 2, Dan Litz in lane 3, and Mike Monarch in lane 4. And Dan and Mike are both going to be loading a 275-pound keg over a 48-inch bar. And Shauna and Gina are going to be sticking with that 155 over the 46-inch.
Put your arms on the bar to let me know you are ready. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
All right. Oh, Shauna is making moves on this one. Shauna and Gina both looking great. Dan Litz getting some good reps in, and Mike over the bar. This group right here, these are hitters. All of these are looking great, and you'll see that check out Gina's hands. So check out Gina's hands and where she's getting those. She's getting one hand over top and the other hand a little bit further back, and so that's one way that you can kind of really manipulate that keg and work on that extension and pulling it close to you. And you see Shauna on the opposite side. She has the hands where she's matching up. She's deadlifting up, and then she's getting both hands on that outside, gripping with the thumbs. And Mike loading that thing over. There we go. We got 7 seconds. Let's see if we can get another one. Let's see if Gina and Shauna, both of them, get it over. Mike gets it over. What about Dan? Dan ran out of time just by a smidge, but this is fun to see, and truly a ton of hard work that's happening in 60 total seconds, right? So 60 seconds worth of work here. And coming up, I believe we have Jessica Perselli in lane 1, Carly Oliveira in lane 2, and Daniel Ngazi in lane 3.
Please put your arms on the bar to let me know you are ready.
All right.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
Oh, yeah. I believe this is going to be a dogfight between Jessica and Carly. And look at Dan committing to this keg, this 275-pound keg. He's got it up over his knees, and let's see what we can do with it. I believe if you closened up those legs just a smidge, that might help him get a little bit higher, but he didn't even need it. He got it over there. That's a battle. Love to see that. Meanwhile, Carly and Jessica are nailing it, just rep after rep. And Carly has a really explosive looking technique here. She's just getting it there and throwing it almost in the complete one motion for the most part, right? So Jessica dropping in. She's looking very consistent on these reps.
15 seconds.
They got 15 seconds, and this is going to be whose gas tank is bigger, truly. I think who's going to be able to keep going and who's going to be able to make the most of these 15 seconds. And Carly's over. Let's see if Jessica gets another one. I can't count that high, so I have no idea who got the best of that. So I'm going to have to check out my scores because.
Lane 1, Sherry. Lane 2, Jeremy Maples. Lane 3.
All right, and Jessica got 12 and Carly got 9. So looks like Jessica edged out Carly for that one just by a little bit, and Gina snuck in and got 10 on those two. So Gina did an awesome job in that as well.
Please put your arms on the bar to let me know you are ready. Arms on the bar to let me know you're ready.
All right, we got Lisa coming up, Sherry in lane 2, Jeremy lane 3, and Michael Mansky in lane 4. All right, and Jeremy gets a great pick and his great load too. He got in a little bit closer too, so that way that extension is even a little bit easier for him. Boom. All right, and I think once you find a good groove with this too, the secret, stay in it, right? Stay in it. Stay in that groove and stay in that rhythm. I know it hurts. I think that, you know, some of my Masters athletes that I went in the back and was talking to them, you know, just a bit ago, and they would like to thank Advil, duct tape, and willpower for keeping them put together, right? Lisa is really battling with this keg, and she's giving it her all, and I think she's walking off. She's giving everything that she's got to give here. Let's see if Sherry can get this one over here. Michael is going to finish with that one. Let's see if he's got one more in him. And Sherry gets it over. Jeremy's getting it over. Let's see if Mike's got one more. Oh, not quite enough time there for Mike, but incredible performance from these athletes battling. All right, up next is my women's 50 plus 82 kilogram class. Michelle Hicks in lane 1, Mark Campbell in lane 2, and then I've got Jason Arong, lane 3, and Eric Nell in lane 4.
Athletes, please put your arms on the bar to let me know you are ready. Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
All right, and we're off. Jason's got one over, Mara's got one over, Eric and Michelle. We're all getting there. All right. And you see Jason with a big extension, using those hips, really driving through. Beautiful job there. Mara, excellent job there. Keg Over Bar is a hard event to do, even just to train by itself. So to train this, to do this event after already completing 5 events, man, these Masters athletes are a whole different animal. Come on, let's go, Michelle. Come on, Michelle. Looks like she's getting almost like a little bit sideways there, All right.
Can I please get Tressa, lane 1, Aaron, lane 2, Bo, lane 3, Bruin, lane 4.
All right, I got Tressa coming up in lane 1, Aaron Williams in lane 2, Bo 4 in lane 3, and Bruin in lane 4.
Butler, Carrie Chase, Kirby Lynch, Thomas Langle. Athletes, please put your arm on.
Good playlist going on. Great job, Iron Media, for our playlist they have provided us today. All right, and we've got the picks up. All right, looks like Erin's struggling to get that hand placement, and there she goes. Once she finds it, now we're going to stay in that groove. Tressa getting some reps in. All right, Big Bo got that keg to the knees. He's rolling it and throwing it. Yeet.
35 seconds to go.
All right, we're 35 seconds to go, and it looks like Tressa is on a good, has a good pace here. Aaron Williams doing a really good job.
25.
And, I know that a lot of our strongman athletes, we're a little bit different. We like to pick up rocks, but also this shows that, we spend a lot of time by ourselves as, children and whatnot, right? This is how we play. This is why we play by ourselves. We just throw a keg back and forth, playing fetch in return. Awesome job, man. All right, a buzzer beater there, a buzzer beater there. Excellent job.
Can I please get Lane Butler, lane 1, Carrie Chase, lane 2, Kirby Lynch, lane 3.
And when I was doing the keg catches for my girls at the Arnold, I just tell them, we're just playing heavy catch, But my athletes here, not only do they just get to play heavy catch, but they get to play heavy throw it back to themselves as well. So, grown independent woman, don't need no man. And then my men just showing up and doing what they do for sure, right? We got Flavin Butler in lane 1, Carrie Chase in lane 2, Kirby Lynch lane 3, and Thomas Endel in lane 4. All right. Thomas has a solid technique, looks like here. Kirby's looking explosive, nailing it. All right. Boom. And we're getting reps here. Flavin and Carrie both getting some reps here. And Carrie's one of our, she's a little bit taller as well, so she has the benefit of, she can sling that thing. Once she starts making that transition, she's making that transition, getting it high on the chest, and then she just gets to launch it over, right? So sometimes shorter athletes, we have to really, maximize that extension, right? We have to really think about, driving that chin to the ceiling, getting up on the toes. Oh no, looks like, and just like that. So sometimes it can, with the shorter athletes who have to extend, who have to get on the toes for every rep, sometimes, it may be harder for us, but it may benefit us in the long run because, some of our taller athletes, they may not have to do that, but when you get tired, it might make you just, get a little bit short on some of those loads. So might clip with that crossbar. All right, I believe we have some weight changes going on over here in lane 1 and 2. And I also have the list of everything laid out too. So we have weight changes, but we'll also at some point be seeing, I believe when our women's 40 plus open category comes in, they will be loading to a 48 instead of the 46. And my men's 50 plus, men's 40 plus, and 105 and open, they're going to be loading to a 50 inch height. So we've got Sean Doherty and Ryan Largay, who I was talking to earlier today. Looks like Ryan is off to the races. He's a little bit ahead of Sean, but both of these athletes, just like what Ryan was talking about, he's letting Sean push him, right? Because he's an athlete. Both of these guys are absolute athletes and stud athletes at that, right? So sometimes you're like, man, I'm tired. I don't know if I can go another. But if you see your competitor, he's going another, guess what? Now suddenly you are too. So I believe totally and completely that the mind is primary. So your body is well capable of way more than what you think is possible. So just remember that. Anytime you feel tired, anytime you feel like, man, I just can't do another one. Oh, and that's something that could be helpful for Ryan there, because Sean is having a little bit of technical difficulties, man, because it looks like that ab mat return kind of played dirty with him. So I believe that was tough. That's a tough break for Sean, but once again, that's part of the game, right? So that's part of some of the stuff that we can't anticipate, right? So that keg just rolling around, we have it set up so everything is an even playing field. And I kind of like this idea, right? Because we have the ab mats where it has the return kind of ramp for each athlete. It makes it a little bit more fair in terms of, because if you had individuals and you had volunteers who were returning these kegs, just depending on the speed of the volunteers, right? So if your volunteer is, a little slower on the return, that's gonna benefit for someone else who maybe the other volunteer isn't quite as tired, is returning a little bit faster. So with this, it does even the playing field. There is no discrepancy in that way. But like you saw with Sean, little bit of, equipment malfunction, right? That keg slid off and just ran away. He had to return that to himself. So tough break there, but we've got Jenna Link coming in lane 1, and this is a 175-pound keg over a 46-inch bar, and she is a 63-kilogram class. Here we go, and you can hear the crowd in here supporting Jenna. She's got 8 seconds. Let's get it over here. Big. Oh, come on. Oh, no. So close, so close. Jenna Link, incredible job, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe she's part of the Sweaty Pig Gym, which I've already shouted out multiple times, but also want to shout it out one more time for fun because great team of support staff, and always awesome to be surrounded and train around people who have the same goals as you. Oh, you heard that. Let's go, Melissa. We got Stephanie in lane 1, Melissa Jones lane 2, David Day in lane 3, and Lonnie Parker in lane 4. Okay.
50 seconds to go.
All right, and Lonnie is fighting that over that 50-inch bar here. All right, Melissa's doing some work. And looks like David Day's having a little bit of trouble extending, but let's just stick with it. As long as he sticks with it and keeps it close to him, he's going to get that up there. Big explosion, big hip drive. Come on, Stephanie is fighting with it. Oh, no. Oh, no, Stephanie ran into that crossbar. Melissa is loading. She's throwing that keg over there. Lonnie Parker looks like he's going to get another one there. Okay, Stephanie's bringing it in close. Melissa over the bar, and Stephanie is fighting so hard with it. She's fighting so hard with it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time.
A great job there. Great effort across the board with my athletes.
Drew, lane 2, Chris, lane 3, Brain, lane 4. On deck, Kelly, Tasha, Joel.
All right, we're going to have Carrie in lane 1, Drew Sloan in lane 2, Chris Porter in lane 3, Ethan Roman in lane 4.
Arms on the bar to let me know you're ready. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Let me start again. Athlete ready. Judges ready. Go!
I've got a feeling Drew's going to be a hitter when it comes to these keg loads, and so far I'm not. Oh, no. Lane 3, that lane 3, we're having some challenges with that keg return. Oh, no. Looks like Ephraim's getting getting good reps in there for sure. Carrie is moving and grooving. There we go. And me and her chatted earlier. Short people got to stick together, even though you guys know I'm actually 6'4". I'm really 6'4", but I identify as 6'4", but I'm actually 5'2", 2.5 on a strong day. But we were talking about how shorter athletes have to stick together. But beautiful extension, you can see that because she has to, right? But it makes sure that you earn every single one of those reps. She's getting the hands where she wants it, and big extension for every single rep. Consistent. And Drew, she's about to slam this one over. Yes, she did. Kobe. Slam dunk.
Can I please get Kelly New, lane 1, Tasha Wolf, lane 2.
All right.
Lane 30. No athlete in lane 4.
And so for my 40 plus 73 kilogram women, I've been keeping tabs on these group of ladies because this is, a really awesome class here. And I believe, Kelly and Tasha are, so far, they're 1 and 2 in terms of, total points. But there's not a ton of athletes. There's not a huge spread between, top 5 athletes there. So let's see how this plays out. Let's see who's going to get the most points here and how this is going to end up for us. I have high expectations here. I believe Tasha is going to be, this is going to be excellent for her. Not only is she, she's an incredible athlete, but I believe that this is something that she is really good at for sure. So Kelly's got a little bit of a disadvantage because we're short, we're dynamite, but oh no, little slippage there for Kelly. And Tasha is just looking like an absolute machine here. Kelly is moving really well for sure. She's moving really well, and that's one thing too, where she's struggling, it looks like, for that, where that second hand is going to be, where we're going to be catching at, right? So that is the thing for me that is definitely the hardest for sure. And I think it's a little bit slick, right? So it's a little bit slick when she's trying to catch for that, over top. Joel is fighting with that 300-pound keg there. He is fighting with it. Let's see if he can get this one over. And Tasha, I have lost count. I believe she's probably done 100 reps by now, but that's going to be tough to beat anyway. I believe it's well over 10 for sure. So that's a done deal, and I believe that'll seal the deal for Tasha for sure. But she's put in an incredible performance all weekend. Kelly got 8 reps there, which is incredibly impressive. And Tasha got 9 reps there. So, dang, that's, to come that close to one another for sure. That's a great job by Kelly for gnawing at the bit, and incredible job for Tasha for sealing the deal with 9, and 9 really good looking reps too. All right, I believe Mickey's coming up in my lane 1, and then I got John Hager in lane 3, John Benton in lane 4. And just in case you guys are curious, nobody asked me this question, but just in case you were curious, all of our kegs that are 275 and under are filled with sand, and all of our kegs that are over 300 are filled with a combination of sand and steel shot, right? So when we're making implements, you think you order sandbags online and you think you're going to get a fully packed bag of sand that's going to be delivered to you, but that is not the case. You're going to be delivered bags that you have to fill with sand, right? So with our kegs, a lot of times, we find empty kegs, and then it's our job to fill them to certain weights. And so what you fill the kegs with is, up to you. Some people do water, some people do sand, and then some people do a combination of, steel shot and sand. And I think that's really helpful when it gets heavier for sure. Madhouse Gym in Georgia, they had some of our kegs that we used at the Arnold. I believe all of our kegs from the Arnold were from Madhouse. And they also have the heaviest dumbbells, I believe, in the United States, maybe in the world. But shout out to my guys there at Madhouse Gym in Georgia. But they have some awesome kegs, and I know that those were filled differently depending on the weights. But these here, this is awesome. I promise you that whatever they're filled with, they heavy. All right.
2, 1, time. Can I please get Kristen McCarthy, lane 1?
Kristen McCarthy is going to be in lane 1. Sidwin Chavez is in lane 2. Dan Morris lane 3, and Will Hobbs rounded out with lane 4.
On deck, Carrie Ann Davis, T. York, Alex, and Michael Toomey. Athletes, please put your arms on the mark. Let me know you.
All right. Point spread here for my women's 50-plus open athletes, pretty tight too. Not really sure in terms of, these athletes, how anyone, their proficiency in these, with this skill. But looks like Kristen is coming on strong, and she is fighting for her 3rd time as champion here at, Masters Nationals. So I know that if it's possible, she's going to do it. So she's going to get some reps here and see what kind of ground we can make up in terms of points. And Sinwin, she is going to be fighting for it. Has height to the advantage for sure, and she's making quick work of this. Kristen is moving very well here. Dan Morris struggling to get the pick on that 300-pound keg. Will Hobbs doing well, and Dan's got it up. Pulling it in. Big extension. Man, he had clearance on that bar. That's a 50-inch bar, and Dan just probably had 2 inches to clearance underneath that, so that's a 52-inch load just by itself with 300 pounds on the keg. Let's see if Will can finish this last rep. I think he can, and he does. Really, really impressive run from Kristen, from Cinnamon, and from my guys there too. So Kristen got 7 reps with that keg, so that's going to be some good work for her and make up some good points. We've got Carrie Ann Davis coming up in lane 1, T. York in lane 2, Alex Dunzeth in lane 3, and Michael Toomey in lane 4. And I believe as it lays out currently, T is our leader in the women's 50-plus open category. And so we have Carrie Ann. Carrie Ann is making quick work of this. And you see that when she's getting this pick, Carrie Ann especially, her legs are close together, right? So she's getting a long arm deadlift. She's laying that keg on those legs, and the closer, it makes sense for a sandbag as well. If you have those legs, the sandbags and stones, if you have those legs a little bit closer together, especially for shorter athletes, it can give you a lot more explosiveness and like height, right? Because if our legs are wider base stance, we don't have quite the same distance for us to extend. So she's getting a good long arm deadlift, getting it right on the knees, close stance, boom, and just looking like a machine there. T is nailing this over alley-oop. Alex does it, and Michael Toomey. Come on, both of them. I want to see one more rep. Michael Toomey, I think he can do it. Come on, Mike. Yeah, Mike.
Lucas C. Mark Clevenger. Lucas, you're
all right.
lane 3. Mark, you're on lane 4.
All right, got weight changes on 1 and 2. Then I'm going to have Lucas in lane 3 and Mark in lane 4. I believe T got 6 reps on that keg over bar. T got 6. Carrie Ann Davis got 7, and Kristen McCarthy got 7. So we'll see how those points stack up for our athletes.
1 rep for Mark, 1 rep for Lucas.
And also, just, as a point of impressiveness, Kelly Bolton, she may be out here, she due to injury. I believe we got results back that she dislocated her shoulder and may have torn her rotator cuff. So super heart goes out for her, but even with being out for these events here, she's still high up in that point spread, which is super impressive to see. All right, Mark is making quick work of this, and Lucas in the jorts, and with his Apple Watch on, wants to make sure he checks that heart rate, sees how many steps he gets in today. Here we go, we got 10 seconds left. And you see Lucas is doing that, and he's leveraging in, pulling it close. Let's see if he can get it over. I think he got it. A buzzer beater there. Buzzer beater.
That's a finish right there.
I love to see it.
And his yoke was even crooked. Can I please get Jackie Wood, lane 1, Stan Couture, lane 3, John
All right, Jackie Wood's going to be in lane 1, Stan Cantor is in lane 3, and John Dole coming up in lane 4. And Jackie is going to be my lead-off competitor for my women's 40-plus 82-kilogram class for this event. So she's going to be leading us off, and this is a 200-pound keg over a 46-inch bar for them. Wow. Stan just chunked that one. Okay. John Dole. John Dole, long arm is pulling it in, throwing it over. I know I've harped on this a ton, but I'm going to do it some more because I can. The grip aspect of all of this, not just the frame carry, not just, the big dumbbell with the, circumference of that dumbbell handle, but this right here, you're thinking about, if you look at it and you pay attention, just the hand placement for how we have to grab the edge of that keg. Oh, and you see Jackie is leaving it all out there because, she's fighting. She's trying to counterbalance. Look at this. She's trying to counterbalance almost like hitching a deadlift, right? Trying to counterbalance and pull that keg into her. And she's in our 82-kilogram class, so this 200-pound keg weighs more than her, right? So she's trying to counterbalance and lost her balance back. But that's just it goes to show you how heavy these kegs are. So, but that grip aspect is nothing to play with. Nothing to play with at all. And I truly do think just sometimes grip events or, training grip can be challenging because I know I've said it, but fatigue is related to that, right? So I've had several sessions where I've been, very, very fatigued, maybe super fatigued from deadlifts or logs, something like that. You go to do a grip event and it's just not there. It's just not there for the day. So how do you train something that is, okay, there's a hard stop and a hard limit, right? So something to just really note and just understand how incredible this is for these athletes to be just making such strides here. All right, and it looks like Susanna is fighting with it. She almost side loads that, keg right there. I have an athlete that likes to load sandbags like that from the side. But honestly, sometimes, depending on body mechanics, depending on what what your previous background is. I've watched a guy, he liked to load sandbags that way for sure, and he was like a jiu-jitsu athlete. He's a jiu-jitsu athlete, so he's used to doing throws, right? So for him, sandbag loading felt more natural to kind of simulate a throw in MMA, something like that. So sometimes athletes may do things that look a little bit different, but it may be more beneficial to them based on their set of skills. And Trisha is knocking this out, and I'm loving to see Susanna. She is fighting for it, and Trisha is tapped out there. Big smile from Susanna, big smile there. And she did an incredible job all weekend for sure.
Can I please have Kat Walsh, lane 1, Charisse, lane 2, Jason Swanson, lane 3, no athlete in lane 4.
And I just want to throw it back out there. Susanna, she told me that shout out to her husband, Tim, for being such an incredible and unwavering support system. And I just want to point this out to you that this is, Susanna's first year competing. So I believe she's been training for some time, but this is her first year competing in strongman specifically. So just goes to show you that I'm telling you, you can't be too old to start. There's no limit on why, I don't know how to do it. You just figure it out. You figure it out and you start somewhere. It doesn't matter if you start when you're 30, doesn't matter if you start when you're 40, 50, does not matter. All right, I got Charisse in lane 2, and I got Kat Walsh in lane 1, Jason Swanson in lane 3. All right. Okay, and Kat struggling with that, the height there. This is over a 46-inch bar. It looks like Charisse is getting up, and she's throwing it for sure. I know my team at Iron House in Florida, I know that Alan can produce some keg handlers. My girl Jessica Galler, Christina Arthur, I've watched them just throw kegs, just launch them, and gas tank endless, right? So I'm excited to see Cher. She's going to keep going until that buzzer. Guarantee it. There we go, and she got some good ones out of there.
2, 1, time, you did it, you're done.
And she is sprinting off. Cher is sprinting off and still full of energy and vitality. Love to see that. Love to see just such good attitudes with people. And, I've shouted out multiple gyms out here. I've lived in plenty of states, and I've visited plenty of places. Iron House Gym in Florida, that is an incredible place, and Alan's new spot. He changed locations semi-recently, and he's gotten better and better, and, an incredible group there that trains. So anybody you see train out of Iron House, they're going to be afraid because they're good. And if they're not, even if they're not as skilled or even if they're not as experienced, they're going to fight for it. So that's something that I definitely want to shout out. And shout out Alan Coley. Maybe one day he'll be nice to me for, saying such nice things about him. I've got Terrell Young in lane 3 and Chad Shannon in lane 4. Terrell is making short work of these kegs. And Chad Shannon, let's see if we can put those arms to use. Big reach here, so you can reach around. Terrell's using that explosive. Oh man, that's so hard. That's so hard. You guys don't understand what it feels like. I don't even understand what it feels like to have a 325-pound keg just sit on your chest. He not only picked that, he just kept it there and he got a little bit hung up and could throw it over the bar, but he's sitting there, he's holding in an extension with 325 pounds on his chest. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Can I please get Megan Dealey, lane 1, Patrick Peterson.
All right, Megan Dealey's coming up in lane 1, Patrick Peterson in lane 3, and Joseph Nelson in lane 4. I've mentioned, and I've had several athletes from Colorado reach out to me, talk to me. I spent some time there as well, And, you know, several really incredible gyms and communities out there too. Spartan Strength. Shout out to Joe and Sam. They took such good care of me whenever I lived out there. And then Iron Titan, the Minnings, that was their gym in Denver. Really incredible places, and you will see that. You know, you will see those gyms both in high-level shows. You'll see them reappear because they produce athletes. And so I encourage you. I've known people that have moved states just to find a better community to train with, right? So if you're looking to get better, you have to surround yourself with people that are better than you. You have to surround yourself with the type of environment that you want to be a part of. And so if it's important to you, you'll make it happen, right? So if it's important to you, you'll make it happen. And I've known people that have changed states, that have changed their entire life around so they can find a place to train. You know, I've even had some of my athletes, they've moved up to train with me. And how incredible is that, to know that you're cultivating an environment that breeds success. We've got Megan throwing these kegs over the bar. Joseph Nielsen in lane 4, getting some good reps in.
30 seconds.
All right, Mr. Patrick. Let's go, Mr. Patrick. Big hug on that keg.
20 seconds to go.
Squeeze it. Yeet it. And he did.
Second rep. 15 seconds.
All right, Joseph Nielsen. Give me one more rep. I want to see one more rep, Patrick.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Come on, Megan. Throw it over, baby. Megan gets one. Joseph gets one. Oh, no. And Patrick fought with it, got it over, but I believe just a hair over time. Just a hair over time. But beautiful efforts there across the board. Love to see that.
Lane 3, Noel Raza, lane 4.
All right.
Hands on the bar to let me know you're
I got
ready.
Colleen in lane 1, Caroline in lane 2, Nick Umble in lane 3, and Noel Vaza in lane 4.
Athletes ready.
And this is a 200-pound keg on 1 and 2, and a 325-pound keg in lanes 3 and 4. And Colleen, you heard her a second ago. She said, I just want one. I've got a feeling we're going to get more than that for sure.
45 seconds to go.
Come on, Colleen. Oh, girl, don't you quit with me. Don't you quit. Come on, fight with it. All right, Nick Umble is getting some reps here. Noel's got good hands, good extension, looking smooth. Nick with a good throw over the bar, and Caroline is fighting with it. She is fighting with it there. She's all heart here, all heart.
20 seconds.
And Nick launching it over, Noel launching it over.
10 seconds.
And Caroline is got a big deadlift up, got it to the knees. Let's see if she can shove it in and get a big hug with it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time.
All right. Coming up next, Jennifer Ash, Laura Lund, George Lucido, and John Whitlow.
John Whitlow, lane 4. On deck, Lindsay, Corey, Justin,
And this just in, Jennifer Ash's cat Pim wanted to shout out and say, "Go, Mom." So let's go, Jen. Let's go, Jen. Laura Lund, incredible day so far. She had a great job, did a great job on the frame carry. George Lucido, he is a stand-up guy, and he's been showing up all day today. John Whitlow, he's here and ready to rock. I've got grip shirts in 3 of these lanes, Cerberus grip shirts. And then John said he don't need no grip shirt. He is the grip. All right. Let's go, Jen. Come on, baby, come on. Come on, baby. Yes! Big extension from Jen. I'm really excited about that. Really excited. Laura looks like she lost balance just a little bit. George is throwing that over completely. Come on, Jen. Come on, Jen. I need a big extension, and she gets it. Yes. Yes. Way to go, Jen. Great job, Laura. George is killing it, and John is hooping it over. Let's go. Come on, Jen. Come on. Come on. 30 seconds. She's got a great grip on that. Love to see the hand placements. All right. Come on, Jen. Come on, Jen! Come on, Jen, let's go! Give me one more! Give me one more, Jen! And Jen coming up just a hair short there, just a hair short. Beautiful effort. I'm so pleased. Come on, Laura, get it over. And Laura gets it over for one more at the buzzer. I am so pleased. I'm so pleased with that group right there.
Can I please get Lindsay, lane 1, Corey, lane 2, Justin, lane 3.
And I was talking to Jen is my athlete, and she is absolutely incredible. Her wife is great support to her, and I know that for sure. And she is she's a trooper, man. She's a trooper. And we were talking earlier, and we were talking just, you know, the general goal, stay in one piece, honestly. These are our masters athletes, right? So, like I said, we got a lot of mileage. We got some, you know, some injuries to deal with, some things, you know, to put in place. But I said as long as we walked away in one piece, that's a win for me. So, in terms of placing, it doesn't really matter as long as you're proud of your performance and we stay in one piece. And both of those things I believe she accomplished today. So, Lindsay is coming in hot. Coming in hot with a big pick. I got Corey in lane 2, and she's fighting with it. Justin Brindle, big man Justin, and Scott Bloom in lane 4. Justin's getting some really good reps here. And by the time he gets that, look how big my man is. He's getting that keg to the lap, and as soon as he gets it to the lap, he's probably got maybe 2 to 3 inches just to clear from there, right? So being tall does have its perks, but I will say when you fall to the ground and you're short, you got less distance to travel, so I do have a win there that I'll take all day long. Lindsay is getting some reps here. I'm proud of her, so very proud of her. Scott Bloom throwing it over. Not even sure if he has a belt on at all. Wow, what a guy. Doesn't need a grip shirt, doesn't need a belt. This is just typical Saturday kind of behavior. Corey, she launches that keg. She launches that keg over and it runs away. Lindsay gets one more rep out of it. Beautiful job for these athletes there, and I am so impressed. Scott Bloom, that is a strong man. That's a strong man there. A 325-pound keg, and he's just launching it like it's just a college block party. Like, all right, time to go. Coming up next, I got Rebecca Getman, Michelle Johnston, Kamal Carmen, and Jonathan Wimberly.
Athletes, please put your arms on the bar and let me know that you are ready.
And I know you guys, you know, if you guys have made it through this long, if you guys have been following for the past 2 days, I appreciate you. Make sure you drop in the comments and let us know which athletes you're competing, which athletes, is that supporting and competing at the same time, which athletes that you are supporting. Drop in the comments where you're from, what state you're representing, and also I've been shouting out different gyms from different states that have, you know, great supportive environments. And if your gym is one of those gyms, drop in the comments there and let us know, so that way we have better reference too. All right, Rebecca, big pull here. Struggled a little bit on that extension. Jenny Morris is making work on this, hooping it over. Jason with the long arms, there we go. Big extension. And Ryan Mallon, beautiful. These athletes make this look, for the most part. Rebecca is fighting with it. She gets it over. You know, Ryan's making this look so easy, but I guarantee you guys, this is not easy. By any means is this easy. The training keg that I have at my gym, before I got a loadable one, the training keg that I have at my gym is a 125-pound keg. And let me tell you, the first time I ever touched it, I was like, there's no way. There's no way that this only weighs 125 pounds. Only weighs 125 pounds. So these women are doing 200 pounds with this keg, and our guys over here have 325 pounds in the keg. It's incredible, and it's insane if you really think about it, because I know how heavy a 125-pound feels on keg. Raquel Waddles, Michelle Johnston, Kamal Carmen, and Jonathan Wimberly. Oh, wow. Michelle Johnston is throwing that thing over Kamal. Kamal has been so impressive this entire competition. Boom.
35 seconds to go.
All right, and Kamal is making great strides here. Raquel has that keg in the lap, and she's hooping it over. There she goes. Taking her time there, and I like to see that, getting it where she wants it. With the big pick, and she's pulling it high, right? Pulling it high and trying to get it in as tight as she possibly can. Let's see if Michelle can get this one over. Yes, dunked it. Kobe. Coming up next, we got Rachel Pavaglio, Shauna Russell, Michael Smith, and Ronnie Binnikin.
Michael Smith, lane 3. Ronnie, lane 4. By the way, right now, your top 2 athletes in the men's 40 plus open are Michael and Ronnie. They're duking it out.
Yeah, and if you heard Yoni by chance, your top 2 athletes here are Michael Smith and Ronnie Binnikin. So this is going to be a battle to see who's going to get these points here and what kind of spread we're going to have for the rest of the day, because there's not a ton of distance here in between those two. Rachel is with a strong start here. All right, Shauna's getting those hands over the bar, and she's strong enough. She's getting those hands over on top of the keg, and she's strong enough to just completely manhandle and annihilate that thing. That's awesome job. You think about that, that's like a giant high pull right there. High pull with a big extension. Man, Rachel is looking like a machine, and Michael Smith is launching that over. Ronnie, explosive. All right. And Ronnie is making some good reps here. Shauna's fighting for it. Get it over, Shauna. Get it over. And she does. She does. We got 6 seconds left. Who's going to get one more? Michael's getting one more. Rachel, I want one more. There she goes. Woo! Woo! And shout out to Rachel's lipstick, because Rachel always be wearing some red lipstick, and it always looks from start of the event to finish the event, no matter what day it is, it always looks flawless. So, bonus points for that. Not only is she a beast, but she's also looking good while she's doing it too. So that's, just impressive in itself. And coming up last, I got Lindsay Hall and Leilani Brown. Leilani Brown bring it around town. And these are our last 2 athletes, I believe, for our Keg Over Bar, and to conclude our Masters Championship here.
We got Lindsay Hall in lane 1, Leilani Brown in lane 2. Both of them knocked out.
And this is also our 1 and 2 athletes in this women's 40 plus open category. Point spread wise, Leilani is absolutely killing it, gotta say. Lindsay is doing an excellent job as well, but Leilani definitely has quite a bit in terms of points. So we'll see how Lindsay does. We'll see what kind of competition we got here in terms of who can match reps, who can get the most. But Leilani, she did what she wanted to do, and she said, I'm out now. So she's doesn't have to battle to get any certain number. But man, what an awesome job for Lindsay Hall right there. She's fighting with that. And she said that's all that she wants to do too. And totally understandable. And guys, this concludes our Masters Championship here. And thank you guys so much for tuning in, and thank you for all the support on the live stream. Thank you. This is Iron Vision, and we are here. And so I may be bringing scores back, I may not be, but what we're going to do now is we're going to clear out our floor, get it together, and I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for tuning in. Go Strongman. We're going to be doing awards after the break.
Marcus Raw just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on one day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo.
It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
This guy, you have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just
It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
This guy, you have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You gotta get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45?
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw. Just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely
That was awesome.
Holy smokes. Holy man, my heart is racing. I gotta check my weight. What does it say? One bar says a crane 100. That was fabulous.
There we have it.
Happy with it, so
So how you feel being your first America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo?
it's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
This guy, you have a 3-time champ.
This is crazy.
You got to get these weighted out plates.
You need to start lifting these plates.
That's a 45.
You'll be blown away by how thin these are.
I like these things.
They're deceptively heavy, thin, rock solid, pure metal. You'll be blown away by how crazy these are.
Go. Speed. Again.
Loads for Marcus Raw, just putting his stamp on the day. The next day, as opposed to just competing on one day, or we don't manage the days individually. Absolutely perfect.
All right, and we're back. So you thought you were going to get rid of me. You thought that was the end of things. But I'm back because we have a tiebreaker. And not just one tiebreaker, but two tiebreakers. So we have for the men's 40 plus 80 kilogram class, we have Justin Hite and Juvie Gonzalez are going to be battling for third place. And in our men's 50 plus open class, Chris Porter and Ephraim Roman are going to be battling for first place. So this is to determine the winner of the event. And what we're going to be doing is a sandbag shot put for max distance. So if you've never seen this, neither have I. This is a sandbag shot put for max distance. And so this is Justin Hite, and we'll see what that distance is there.
Oh, that's why you got the chalk. I thought he was just being messy.
So this is pretty cool. I've never seen this, done as an event, but definitely something cool for us to do as a tiebreaker. We have the equipment, and we can get it done. And Juvie, you see with a little bit, a little bit different, approach there. And it looks like just short of Justin's mark.
Justin Hite coming in with this attempt.
2 out of 3.
Remember, it's going to be the best of 3.
Okay. All right, we have. Okay.
All right, you got another bag's worth of distance there.
All right, got another little further throw distance there for Justin.
Now working on his second attempt.
All right.
He tried the bunny hop again.
Let's see if we have the bunny hop here again for Juvie. Yep, looks like it. A beautiful effort there, beautiful effort.
I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you. We're moving on to the third attempt.
All right, and so I believe we're doing 3 attempts here. And Justin, I believe, has bested Juvie so far in 2 of them. All right, and also really consistent on all those throws. So maybe this guy's been training this. Maybe he knew about the sandbag shot put situation. All right, Juvie's got one more throw here, and let's see what we can do. Let's see if he tries. He looks like he's doing a little sideways, little sidearm approach, and that was his best throw. That was his best throw. Yeah. And so I'm truly not sure how exactly we're scoring this. Okay, I believe it's, you know, winner take all, right? So that's what I believe. I believe Juvie nailed it with that last throw. So he was just warming up for 1 and 2 and then really made it count on the third. So I believe from what I'm seeing here, we're going to do 3 throws. Everyone's going to be doing 3 throws, and then the furthest distance wins. So not a best 2 out of 3 situation, not a best, just the furthest you can chunk it, and winner take all. So Juvie for the win. Juvie for the win. Awesome job there. And now, like I said, for our men's 50-plus open category, we have Chris Porter and Ephraim Roman battling for first place to walk away with all the chips. We got Chris Porter and Ephraim Roman throwing for our max sandbag shot put for distance. All right, Chris. That's his first little warm-up there, right? But if we saw anything from Juvie's attempt, first and second don't really matter. So maybe by third one we got to, you know, we figure out, right? So let's see what Ephraim's going to do. Oh, that's going to be tough to beat there for Ephraim. Wonder if he played baseball or something. He looks like he's got a little bit of thrower in him.
James, have you ever thought of doing a cornhole event for a tiebreaker? A cornhole?
Okay, looks like Chris has a little bit different grip on the bag. Looks like he got a little bit further there. Not quite as far as what Ephraim got on that first one, I believe, but a solid throw nonetheless.
Going in for a second attempt.
All right, we're going to see Ephraim coming up for his second attempt here.
It helps when your coach, Johnny, has been all over
All right.
winning championships.
Yeet! All right.
Same distance. A little bit further.
I say it looks like about the same distance, maybe a little bit further for Ephraim.
Did you ever have this as one of your tiebreakers at any of your
Okay.
Nah.
And this is for all the chips. This is for all of it. So let's see what Chris Porter is about to do here. Let's see if he can come back on this third one and yeet it, because I believe he's got his grip a little bit better where he likes it. Oh! And that one was a shorty. That one looks like it was a little bit shorter than his others. So based on that, I believe Ephraim is going to be the winner. And in first place, and this is the throw that got it for him. And look at that. He even had a little bit further that he could go up to the boards for that too. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that concludes our tiebreakers. I believe that concludes all of our events for real now. For real. But, I don't know, maybe we'll do a little, you know, see the strongest volunteer. Let's see what happens. Get some more events out there. Cool. All right, and I have just been informed we're probably going to take another small break before we go to awards. So, yours truly, Stacey Bama Burr. I appreciate you guys so much, and thank you for tuning in to our live stream. So, we'll be taking a little break and then coming back for awards.
The next day, as opposed to just competing on the day, or we manage the days
First America's Strongest Man, 105 kilo.
It's just wild because I'm looking around all these people here, you know, a lot of them been competing 9, 10.
You have a 3-time champ.
Back in Columbus, Ohio. We're really excited for that. And let's get started with the awards. I'm going to hand it back to Yoni to read off names.
I'm going to give myself so many reps if I MC and compete at the same time. The judge gave Yanni a no rep, but Yanni says F that. He gets it. Hey, that's me. All right, starting off with the women's 50-64 kilo class. In third place, Leslie Nickman. Leslie, over here. Yoo-hoo. Go to James for your award. Please step on the podium. I like your fanny pack. It complements your medals. Please look at Derek for the pictures. Oh, my bad. Got it. In second place, Julie Wolf.
Hi.
Where'd you come from? And in first place, Joanne Hagedorn. It's her birthday? 50? It's your birthday? Oh, when is it? Oh, just passed? All right, everybody together. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joanne. Happy birthday to you. Give it up for your women's 50+ 64 kilo class. Moving on to the women's 40+ 64 kilo division. In third place, Gina Cravetti. Fun fact, Gina's coming back next week to compete again. Oh, she's going to win next week? Heck yeah. In second place, Jessica Porticelli. And in first place, Carly Oliveira. James, you should have had something for her to flip over. Give it up for your women's 40 plus 64 kilo class. Thank you, ladies. No, thank you. Yeah. Smooth. Moving on to the women's 50 plus 82 kilo class. In third place, Erin Williams. In second place, Carrie Chase. This is how close it was between second and first. Half a point. And with that half point, your winner is Flavin Butler. Give it up for your women's 50, 82 kilo division. Great job, ladies. We're moving on to the women's 40 plus 73 kilo division. In third place, Drew Sloan. She almost ran straight to the podium instead of getting her awards. In second place, Kelly New. Oh, I didn't know that. This is the inaugural 73 kilo class. Way to make some history, ladies. And in first place, Tasha Wolf. Katie's a little distracted. Give it up for your women's 40 plus 73 kilo inaugural division. Thank you, ladies. Up next is the women's 50 plus open division. Oh, we handed them the wrong ones. And for the women's 50 plus open, in third place, Kristen McCarthy. She said this was a fucking hard weekend. I believe it. In second place, Carrie Ann Davis. Bill's Mafia Herd. And in first place, T. York. I was like, where is she? And give it up for your women's 50 plus open. And a quick shout out to Kainwen Chavez. I heard it's your birthday as well today. Oh, she left. Well, happy birthday to her anyways. Now we're moving on to the women's 40 plus 82 kilo division. In third place, Kat Walsh. I've never seen somebody so done with an event like Kat during the keg event. In second place, Susanna Reborn. And in first place, give it up for Charisse Kozlowski. Once again, give it up for your women's 40 plus 82 kilo division. Charisse is like, I'm ready to go. I'm hungry. Up next is the women's 40 plus open division. Wow, this was a close battle. In third place, Shauna Russell. In second place, Lindsay Hall. Very fancy.
Yes, it's a real jam.
And in first place, give it up for Leilani Brown. Dancing all the way to the podium. Give it up one last time for the women's 40 plus open division. Up next is the men's 50 plus 90 kilo division. In second place, Tom Taylor. Hey, Tom. Hey, Lance. And in first place, Russell Latres. Great sportsmanship. Give it up for your men's 50, 90 kilo division. On to the men's 40, 80 kilo division. Between fourth and second in this division, it was less than 1 point separating all four athletes. But because of the tiebreaker, can I please have Juvie Gonzalez in third place? If you don't bunny hop over here. There we go. Wait, you want your awards? Sweet. So real quick, Justin Height, I know you didn't get third, but you still got an Arnold invite. Come get your Arnold invite. Come get it, buddy. Come get it. James is like, don't touch me. You're sweaty. Aw. All right, go back. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. In second place, can I please have Michael Sidwell? Michael's walking with a pace of a man who's gone through 6 events. And in first place, Adam Lifson. Big round of applause for our men 40 plus 80 kilo division. One of the few divisions that got a bonus event. Go rest up, guys. Great job, man. Up next is our men's 50 plus 105 kilo division. In third place, Donovan Rascon. Hey, Donovan, I'm just curious, and the people want to know, what event is this that you've competed in?
Today's number 136.
136 event. What year did you start?
1998.
He started back in 1998. This is his 26th national in 27 years. What a slacker. In second place, Dan Litz. Dan, what competition is this for you? Number 1. All right, cool. Yeah, he didn't even qualify. He just jumped right in. Thank you, Dan. And in first place, Mike Monarch. I know that guy. Please give it up for your men 50 plus 105 kilo division. They knew Father Time when he was just bro time. Can I please get, now we're moving on to the men's 40 plus 90 kilo division. One of our larger classes. In third place, Kirby Lynch. In second place, Sean Dougherty. And in first place, give it up for Ryan Largay. Big round of applause for our men's 40 plus 90 kilo division. Up next, our men's 50 plus open. In third place, Lonnie Parker. In second place, Chris Porter. I saw that. And in first place, give it up for Ephraim Roman. Big round of applause for our men's 50 plus open. For your men's 40 plus 105 kilo division, in third place, Mark Clevenger. In second place, Stan Cantor. I like your grip shirt. Let me have it. In first place, give it up for John Doyle. He will also be competing again next week. Give it up for your men's 40 plus 105 kilo division. And we're down to the last division, the largest division of this weekend's championship. For our men's 40 plus open division, in third place, can I get Jonathan Wimberly? In second place, Michael Smith. Good job, Michael. And in first place, give it up for Big Ronnie. This is the tightest podium. Please give it up for your men's 40 plus open division podium. Everybody, whoa. If I can get the entire staff on the competition floor, thank you. Everybody else, thank you for your time. Thank you for spending one of your few weekends with us. Your support through the athletes, as a coach, as sponsors. There's nothing we could do without y'all. Thank you so much.